The story begins with the main character, Han Dae-sung, and his friend walking together on the day before their high school graduation ceremony. Suddenly, without any meaning or warning, something strange began to happen to the guy. Something began to pull Khan in and transfer him to another place, and no one could help him. Sometime later, the main character comes to his senses and realizes that he is in hell. Dae-sung is in shock. He doesn't believe what's happening. Everything around him scares him. The guy sees huge monsters fighting around him, killing each other. Khan hides from them, thinking to himself why and for what purpose he ended up here. After 10 days of wandering, the boy realizes that he is hungry and needs to eat. In hell there is no day or night, not even sunlight, so food is hard to come by, and the only edible thing here is monster meat. The guy understands that this is the only way out and way to eat. Khan bends over the rotting corpse of the monster and tears off a small piece of flesh to force feed. While the main character is eating, a monster appears behind him. Dae-sung turns around in horror and barely manages to escape the monster's attack. The only thing left for the guy to do is to defend himself from the monster by throwing stones. Finally, the hero manages to drive away the monster and remain untouched. The boy can't hold back his tears from stress, so he says out loud how much he misses his mother. On the 39th day of his stay in hell, Khan got himself some rebar to defend himself from the attacks of monsters. The hero notes in horror that in order to survive, he had to give up his humanity. By the 51st day, Khan had more or less gotten used to hell and the fact that he needed to feed on the remains of slain monsters in order to survive. Suddenly, a sign appears in front of the hero, indicating that his level has been raised to 3rd. Dae-sung looks at this in surprise, thinking that he has finally gone crazy. However, after thinking for a moment, he accepts the level up notification. After 7 years in hell, Khan is level 24, meaning he has certain abilities to survive. After 24 years in hell, Dae-sung easily defeats most of the monsters. After 51 years in hell, Khan became capable of killing an incarnation, which was not a difficult task for him. At 79 years old, Dae-sung has become strong and skilled enough to face even the most powerful opponents. Now the guy has his own assistant, who claims that it is time for an audience with the Demon King. The guy is happy that he will be able to meet the one who dragged him to hell for 80 years. So, in anticipation, he easily defeats the small opponents guarding the castle. However, after the minor demons, the Demon King's gatekeeper appears, threatening Dae-sung with death. Khan does not fall for the monster's threats and engages in combat with him. However, the gatekeeper is incredibly strong and easily throws the main character away from him. The guy doesn't get flustered and continues to attack the enemy. And his assistant notes that the gatekeeper is a tough guy and needs to be finished off quickly. The monster is furious that Dae-sung won't give up so easily, so he prepares to attack. However, something goes wrong, and Khan gets ahead of the gatekeeper, attacking first, literally ripping the enemy's chest apart with his sword. Dae-sung looks calm, not even tired after the fight with the gatekeeper. The protagonist's assistant tells him that after killing the gatekeeper, the Demon King will definitely be angry, which Han confirms. The assistant asks again if Dae-sung is sure that after killing the king, he wants to become the absolute ruler of hell, to which the guy brushes it off, saying that he is not interested. The creature asks Dae-sung why he is fighting against the Demon King then, and Han explains that it has been 80 years since he ended up in hell. The guy continues, saying that all this time he has been fighting monsters to survive, and the assistant agrees with him. Dae-sung explains that everyone has different reasons why they ended up in hell. That is why he has a question as to why and for what purpose he came here. The Khan smiles and tells his assistant creature that he will ask the Demon King about this, to which the creature replies, "Why not talk to the king politely?" The assistant tries to stop Khan, arguing that it would be better for him to beg for forgiveness on his knees. However, Dae-sung does not listen to the creature and says that the price for suffering must be paid. The main character takes his weapon and confidently heads towards the Demon King. However, at this moment, something strange begins to happen. The guy opens his eyes in a hospital in the real world. Dae-sung notices the IVs around him, still not understanding what is happening. Khan looks around and notes that he hasn't dreamed about Earth for 30 years. The exhausted boy wonders why he sees a hospital, while realizing that he cannot move. At that moment, a woman, Khan's mother, enters the room and drops a tray of food. The woman begins to rejoice and cry, hugging her son, and Dae-sung thinks to himself that it would be better for him to wake up now as soon as possible. However, the guy immediately wonders why he can feel everything as if it were real, since he is sleeping. At this moment, Han comes to his senses in hell, where the assistant says in surprise that he did not expect the guy to seriously kill the Demon King. Dae-sung doesn't regret what happened, saying that his body, split in half, looks better. The assistant asks the protagonist what he is going to do, since he is now the rightful ruler of hell. Before Han could answer the creature, a sign appeared in front of him, asking if Dae-sung wanted to return to Earth. The guy still doesn't believe it and doesn't understand what happened, and the assistant is interested in the land, asking if the guy is from there. Dae-sung remembers praying almost every day to return home, so there is no reason to worry. Without thinking, Khan presses the button to agree to return to Earth, and the portal gradually begins to transport him. A moment later, the protagonist opens his eyes and sees a doctor examining him. The man moves away from Dae-sung and towards his mother, and explains that due to his son's long stay in a vegetative state, it may be difficult for him to move at first, but that with rehabilitation, he will get better. The woman thanks the attending physician, to which he replies that everything happened thanks to her care for her son. At this moment, Khan begins to scream loudly, and the doctors and the boy's mother nearby do not understand what is happening. Dae-sung doesn't understand when he managed to return home, and the patients in the ward nearby watch the guy with fear. The doctor slowly approaches Khan to help, but he is aggressive and demands that he not approach him. Instead of accepting the man's help, she bites his hand until it bleeds. Still not believing that he is home, Khan accuses the doctor of using some kind of magic or poison to immobilize the hero's body. Dae-sung starts to get hysterical, deliriously repeating the same thing about 80 years in hell, not believing that everything that is happening now is real. Khan screams that he won't make it in time and asks to return back to reality from this dream. At this time, two orderlies enter the room in response to the boy's screams. Two men grab the protagonist, wanting to put him on the bed, to which Khan shouts and threatens them with death. Dae-sung is furious that he woke up in such a terrible, weak body, and while he is being laid on a bed, he looks out the window. At this time, something strange happens outside. A bright portal appears in the sky. The portal grows and spreads over the city, and the protagonist wonders where the wormhole came from. Meanwhile, the orderlies manage to put the guy into bed, but he starts to struggle again, screaming that they won't live after what they did to him. The nurse injects a sedative into the boy's neck to help him come to his senses. Before passing out, Dae-sung repeats that he will get rid of everyone present, while those around him silently watch him. Sometime later, breaking news starts playing on the TV in Khan's room. The host announces that a gate has opened in Seoul, but fortunately, hunters have already been dispatched to the scene to clear the air. One of the hunters is contacted on air, demanding a situation report, and he replies that the mission is in the final stages of suppression. The hunter is asked how much more time it will take to complete the mission. The man thinks and replies that it could take about an hour. The leader in charge of the hunters demands that he be contacted immediately after the mission is completed, and he will take care of the rest himself. The broadcast comes to an end, and the news anchor announces that the mission is successfully completed, and all consequences have almost been eliminated. By this time, Khan had already woken up and managed to listen to part of the broadcast, surprised that the hunters were operating in a wormhole. At this time, the very head of the hunters, a young man in a suit, enters his room and joyfully greets Khan. The main character looks at the man who entered and does not understand who is in front of him. The leader smiles and asks if Dae-sung doesn't recognize him. The guy looks closely at the head and asks if this is really Chan-ho. The young man is glad that Dae-sung recognized him and asks about Han's well-being. The protagonist rises slightly from his bed and replies that he feels fine, and Ho replies that Han has finally woken up 10 years after his sudden fall. Dae-sung focuses on the time spent in a vegetative state. The protagonist recalls that fateful day 10 years ago when he and Ho were returning home. Chan-ho explains that Han was full of energy, but then suddenly collapsed. Since then, the hero lay in a hospital bed in a coma for 10 years. The guy thinks that, according to his calculations, he spent 80 years in hell. However, it turns out that in real life, only 10 years have passed. Han is happy out loud, but Ho doesn't understand what he's talking about, to which the protagonist brushes it off and asks his friend not to worry about it too much. Dae-sung thinks about his mother, who was worried about him all this time, so she had to take 2 jobs at once. Ho smiles and tells his friend not to worry about anything, because the most important thing for him now is to recover, and there is no need to transfer money to Han about work, since Chan has already taken care of everything. Sometime later, the main character's mother helps him in a wheelchair for the sick, and they go for a walk together. However, Khan is not at all in the mood for walks. He is thinking about how he now has to take responsibility for himself and his family. However, at the moment, the guy can do little, because his body does not obey him, and he is very weak. Dae-sung angrily notes that he could now become a heavy burden for the family, because in reality there is no less cruelty than in hell. Suddenly, 2 adult men appear in front of Dae-sung and his mother and greet the woman upon seeing her. The guy looks at the man and feels that they are dangerous and becomes wary. One of the men in a black suit asks Khan's mother why she didn't answer the calls and whether she was going to return the money, while the second, in a gray suit, is surprised that the woman thought she could get rid of them so easily. The woman looks at the man with fear and apologizes, saying that she will definitely give the money back next month. However, the man in the black suit does not listen to her and reminds her that she always says the same thing. Khan's mother carefully takes the man's hand and assures him that this time she will definitely give everything back. Feeling the woman's hand, the man abruptly throws it off, shouting, "How dare she touch him?" Han Dae-sung, who had been watching this whole time, looks angrily at the man who is treating his mother so badly. The villain in the black suit reproaches the woman, saying that money that is borrowed must be repaid, and threatens Khan's mother, asking if she really thinks that they will treat her well this time. The woman starts crying and asks him not to sort this out in front of her son, and swears that she will return the money next month. However, these words do not affect the man in the black suit, and he rolls up his sleeves, angry at her. The man hits the protagonist's mother, saying out loud that perhaps this will help her listen to him. Khan, who is powerless to do anything, becomes even more angry and watches helplessly as his mother is beaten, so he calls the men names. 2 villains look at the guy, talking about him among themselves. Dae-sung curses men and continues to call them names. The hero's mother turns around in horror and asks her son to stop talking about men like that. A man in a black suit grabs a guy by the chest and lifts him up, threatening him. Dae-sung's mother looks at this in horror and asks her son to apologize. The woman continues to ask the man to let her son go because he is just a patient and has nothing to do with it. The man looks at the woman and says that all the large sums of money went specifically to his treatment. However, Khan does not seem scared and continues to call the villains names, asking what they are going to do next. The man looks at the guy and says that he is a cheeky fellow who seems to have problems with his head since he keeps asking for trouble. The man in the black suit smirks and threatens Khan, calling him names. The man throws the boy down roughly and yells at him, saying that Khan is now completely helpless. He continues to brutally beat the guy, saying that he deserved it. The man mockingly demands that Han call him names again, but the hero can do nothing but defend himself from the powerful kicks. The guy deeply regrets that he can't do anything because of his weak body. The mother watches in horror as her son suffers and begs Taesung, the man in the black suit, to stop. However, the villain does not hear her and continues to brutally beat Dae-sung. Khan endures but thinks to himself that if they were in hell now, everything would have turned out completely differently. Suddenly, a sign appears before the guy's eyes, just like in hell, offering to begin a divine quest. Khan is surprised, looks at this sign and thinks about the choice that has suddenly appeared. Of course, Khan accepts the quest, and suddenly everything around him changes, and he doesn't understand what's happening. The guy sees that everything around him, except him, has frozen, as if time has stopped. The hero assumes that this happened because he took part in the quest. After studying the challenge details board, Dae-sung considers the quest's reward of restoration, assuming that his body will be returned to its previous state. In front of him, Khan sees a red mark, the goal he needs to reach. At first, Han looks at the suddenly appeared test with disbelief. However, then he realizes that for the sake of his previous body shape, he is ready to do anything. Barely, but the hero begins to crawl towards the mark, feeling that this is very difficult for him, unlike life in hell. Looking at the sign, the guy sees that there is very little time left, so he tries to think rationally in order to complete the quest. Daesung rereads the challenge and realizes that he can complete the challenge in many different ways and doesn't have to get to the point on his own 2 feet. Khan reproaches himself for having thought of this only now, when there is so little time left until the end of the quest. However, he does not give up and gets to his stroller, which will help him get to the point as quickly as possible. Somehow, the boy manages to sit in the wheelchair, although it is still difficult for him. There are only 10 seconds left until the end of the test. But Khan does not give up and reaches the checkpoint. After completing the test, a bottle of medicine appears in front of the guy. Relaxed, Daesung drinks the contents of the bottle. Immediately after this, Han feels a surge of strength. He feels how the pain in his whole body has gone away and his strength has returned. It is at this moment that the test ends and people return to reality, so the hero's mother and 2 men look around in search of Khan. Taesung looks around, wondering where Daesung went. At this time, orderlies from the hospital run up to the villains, and Khan's mother approaches her son. Taesung glanced at the protagonist, wondering how he managed to get so far away from them. A man in a gray suit approaches his partner and suggests that he leave for now. In the evening at the hospital, Daesung reflects on how the window of choice appeared before him. Just like the main character, I also lay in my bed after preparing this video for you. My beloved YouTube viewer. I worked hard and collapsed without strength. In a half-asleep state, I dream of only one thing: for you to subscribe, leave a comment and like. This will help me restore my body. All the best to you. Kisses. Hugs. Miss you. Love. The guy believes that he needs to restore his body as soon as possible before the villains return. So he decides that he needs to create a quest for himself. Suddenly, the protagonist hears some kind of notification that the Pantheon is waiting for him, and he wonders where he is hearing this from. Suddenly, his body seems to be transported somewhere, and he thinks that he is in a dream. A notice board appears in front of Han, informing him that an avatar has been created for training purposes based on the information. And Daesung feels that this is not a dream. First, the program generates a task for the hero: destroy the specified object, and a blue monster's face appears in front of Khan. Having gathered himself, the guy hits the object with all his strength. After completing this task, Daesung is tasked with running 10 kilometers in 3 hours. The next workout for the main character is 1,000 sets of push-ups, which the guy does with difficulty. After completing these tasks, Han looks at the notification table and sees that he has only completed 55% of the implementation, which greatly surprises him because he has already done so much. Daesung continues to be indignant and asks to be given a normal task. The system listens to the boy's wishes and issues a new training, a fight, where, after studying the information, Daesung sees a target, a crying demon. At this moment, a teleport appears from which a monster, the hero's enemy, emerges. The guy recognizes his opponent and says that he almost died in hell because of him. The monster attacks Daesung, and he begins to defend himself, noting that at this rate, Han will be killed. Therefore, having gathered himself, the hero jumps out to meet the enemy, swinging his arm to strike. However, the monster easily counterattacks the guy, knocking him into the ground. However, Khan does not despair and is going to attack again, considering it humiliating that he is losing. The opponents continue to attack each other, when suddenly the monster manages to grab the guy. At first, the hero looks confused, but then he remembers how he dealt with the enemy in hell and got rid of him. At that moment, the monster's paw holding Daesung breaks in half, and the boy is freed from its grip. While the enemy is recovering from the pain, Khan happily says that he completely forgot about the sword that can summon here. The monster comes to its senses and prepares to attack the guy again, but Daesung is ready for it. With the weapon, Daesung easily cuts the enemy into pieces, and after that, a sign appears notifying him of the end of the mission. The next morning at the hospital, the main character's mother wakes up to someone opening the window, but sees her healthy son. Sometime later, the boy is examined in the hospital. The mother asks the attending physician if it is possible for her son to recover so quickly. The woman still can't believe what's happening, that her son was able to recover in 15 days. The attending physician replies that he cannot say anything for sure, since from a medical point of view, such a quick recovery is impossible. The woman begins to get nervous and stutter, wanting to ask the doctor her question. As a result, she asks the doctor if what she thinks happened to her son happened. The man rushes to reassure the hero's mother, saying that usually some peculiarities appear, so she shouldn't worry. At this time, Khan brushes off another examination, to which the doctor explains that the boy's condition and case are surprising. The protagonist's mother looks at this picture with intensification, sincerely glad that her son is okay. Dae-sung is glad to see that his body is back to normal, so he decides that he needs to get back to his previous state as quickly as possible. As he leaves the hospital, the boy turns around to wait for his mother and sees her saying goodbye to the hospital staff. The boy hears a nurse reassuring a woman who has been waiting for her son to wake up for 10 years. Seeing his mother's tears, Han reflects on how hard it must have been for her all this time. So he now understands that he will protect her. A little later, going to the toilet in the hospital, Dae-sung calls a teleport to the Pantheon, wanting to speed up the implementation. The system offers the guy a random test and asks him to choose the difficulty level, but the guy thinks to himself that he will finish this boringly as soon as possible. Having gathered himself, Khan selects the highest difficulty level, Hell, and an enemy begins to appear from the ashes of it. While waiting for him, Dae-sung stands quietly and is surprised at how much noise there is. However, looking at his current opponent, Dae-sung is surprised. He is shocked to see his own copy standing in front of him. His opponent looks strong and powerful. At first, Khan is not at a loss when he sees his copy. He calmly summons his weapon and prepares to deal with the enemy. The fight begins. The opponents hit each other almost equally. The Khan from Hell continues to attack the protagonist, who notes that he is still weaker than his copy in his current state. The copy continues to attack, and Dae-sung smirks at how his own fake is superior to the original. However, the guy does not relax and does not lose heart, completely confident in his victory. Gathering his strength, Han uses the Bloodseeker's Wrath technique. However, the copy is not lost and moves closer to attack the hero. Seizing the moment, Dae-sung manages to grab his opponent and slam him into the ground. However, the copy does not give up so easily, so it deftly breaks free from Khan's grip and successfully wounds the hero in the arm. The protagonist looks at the copy and assumes that it also uses the same technique as he does. Dae-sung from Hell stops attacking the guy, and Han is already exhausted. Deftly attacking the protagonist, the copy places its sword against Dae-sung's back. Without wasting any time, the guy's opponent wounds him in the shoulder and raises his weapon to cut off the limb completely. At this moment, in reality, a cleaning lady knocks on the toilet, asking if there is anyone inside. Khan doesn't react at all because he doesn't hear her words, and the woman behind the door is indignant that the door is closed. The cleaning lady takes out the keys to open the door to the restroom. Meanwhile, in the Pantheon, the protagonist feels that all his attempts are useless. The guy is bleeding and begins to despair because if he loses, everything that was accumulated before will disappear. Dae-sung tries to find a way out of this situation, to come up with a way to kill his own copy. Suddenly, the hero gets the idea to look into the inventory. At this time in reality, the cleaning lady has almost opened the door, when suddenly someone turns to her, asking if she heard her name being called to the 3rd floor. And she agrees, walking away from the restroom. At this time, a small teleport appears next to Dae-sung and goes into his inventory. The guy extends his hand towards him, asking the enemy to wait, because he has not yet completed his task. From his inventory, the protagonist takes out a bottle of potion, which he receives for each completed task. Khan drinks the contents of the bottle and notes that 5 more of these will help him last in battle. The enemy no longer waits for the guy and approaches to attack. But the protagonist dodges the copy's sword. Having skillfully struck the enemy from Hell, Dae-sung is glad that he feels exactly what he needs now. The guy reaches into the teleporter again for the necessary potion. Having pulled out the vials, Khan takes the potion, realizing that there is no point in waiting any longer. Dae-sung, drinking the contents of the vessel, dodges the copy's attack to the face. The guy drinks several potions in a row, deftly dodging the enemy's attacks. Dae-sung is now able to parry enemy attacks, restrain them, and counterattack. The guy still takes potions to strengthen himself during the fight. Parrying the copy's blows, Dae-sung still realizes that he is inferior in strength to his opponent. At this moment, the copy grabs the main character by the neck, not allowing him to escape. The enemy is already raising his sword over the guy, but at that moment, Dae-sung calls upon his inventory. The inventory appears right in front of Khan, protecting him from the sword strike, but still allowing the hero to pierce the copy's stomach. Daesung doesn't look tense. He doesn't feel any pain from the blow. Gradually, the copy begins to weaken, because Khan defeated it. At this moment, the copy seems to be pulled into the protagonist's inventory, and Daesung relaxes. At this point, the system notifies the guy about the end of the mission, and Han feels that something is happening to his body. His body has returned to its original shape, which Daesung is very happy about, but at the same time, he is a little disappointed that now his scars from hell are visible. Nevertheless, the guy gets himself together and asks the system to bring him back. At this point, a sign with an unread message appears. Khan reads a message from the system stating that hell welcomes its sovereign, and the demons will await his arrival in the Pantheon. Khan smirks that he is required to help, despite 80 years of suffering spent in hell. Daesung gets furious and sends the system, demanding to let him out. Returning back to reality, Han begins to do physical exercises, and his mother, seeing this, is surprised, because the doctor said that he is not like the awakened ones. The man explains that there are no specific symptoms of awakening yet, so the mother should not worry too much. But her son's current behavior cannot be explained. The woman despairs, saying out loud how this could have happened to her son. The doctor tells the woman that he did everything he could to help the guy, and a special association will deal with the rest, for which the woman thanks him. On the way home, Daesung thinks about the doctor's words about the association. The guy tried to pretend that he didn't notice anything, but still, something was wrong. The boy decides to himself that his mother is hiding something from him. Looking out the car window, the hero sees how the city has changed. Many destroyed buildings have appeared, and Daesung wonders what has happened during the 10 years of his absence. Finally arriving home, Han's mother tells him to rest for a while before she arrives. Entering the house, the hero sees a pink-haired girl and does not understand who she is. The beauty stands up and looks at the guy in surprise. At this moment, the mother comes into the room and, smiling, asks her son what he wants to eat, because he must be hungry. At this moment, the mother notices the girl and asks in surprise where she, Jisoo, has been all this time. The pink-haired girl timidly squeezes the money in her hands, and her mother accepts what's what. Daesung, meanwhile, looks at what is happening in shock and nervously notes how he did not recognize his own sister, Jisoo. The girl, meanwhile, passes by her brother and tells him that he looks almost healthy, while for them, every day was like hell. The pink-haired girl goes outside, and her mother rushes to the door to ask where her daughter is going. At this moment, someone knocks on the door demanding that the door be opened. Khan and his mother find out that these are the voices of two villains from the hospital. Behind the fence, a man in a gray suit threatens to smash the door if they don't open it for him. For some time, no one opens the doors, and the bandits begin to go crazy. Jisoo is still standing in front of the door, and she nervously asks her to come closer to the house. The man in the gray suit continues to break in, and Daesung asks if they're in the wrong house. At that moment, Jisoo comes out, unhappy with how noisy the men are, and walks past them. The bandits don't know who she is, but they assume that she is the daughter of the main character's mother. Without wasting any time, both of them go behind the fence to Khan's house, unhappy that the door was not opened for them. Daesung's mother begins to make excuses, saying that she couldn't call because her son was discharged from the hospital. The woman takes out several bills and gives them to the scoundrels, saying that this is all she has for now. However, the men are not happy with this, and they knock the wallet out of the woman's hands, and Khan starts to get angry. A man in a gray suit threatens Khan's mother, hits her, and shouts that she really thought they would come to her with such a paltry sum of money. The woman falls on the asphalt and does not answer. Daesung, seeing what was done to his mother, gets even more angry, so he hits the villain in the suit. At this moment, Daesung comes in and sees his beaten partner. Khan looks confidently at the bandits, saying that he had been planning to find them for an hour, but they came on their own. Daesung remembers where he saw the guy and angrily asks if he was the one in the wheelchair at the hospital. Daesung ignores the question and begins to move closer to the men, grabbing Song's face. The guy swings his arm to strike, saying that in hell he returned everything to those who hit him. The guy continues to beat Daesung. Despite the fact that the man is already bleeding, the hero does not stop and continues to torture the bandit. Finally, Han lets go of Daesung, and the man sees a chair next to him that he can use against the guy. An angry Tae-sung grabs a chair and swings it to hit the protagonist. However, the guy expects this from the bandit and punches the man in the face right through the chair. The bandit falls from such a blow, and at this time, his partner comes to his senses. The man in the gray suit takes out a knife and provokes Khan to come closer. Dae-sung comes closer to the villain and grabs the hand that holds the knife. Dae-sung asks if this is the hand the man hit his mother with, and without waiting for his answer, he stretches the bastard's hand unnaturally. Seeing what they made of him as his partner, Tae-sung angrily tells Han that after this, he will not be able to live a normal life. Dae-sung is not affected by the man's words and calmly replies that there is only one way in such cases: murder. However, the hero is stopped by his mother, who shouts at her son to stop. The woman tells her son that this is not right, so the scoundrels quickly run away and drive away in a car. Among themselves, the bandits discuss Khan, his physical condition, and the fact that he was recently in the hospital. Tae-sung is outraged that Han is behaving this way after 10 years in a coma, but his partner is more concerned that they haven't received the money or even the receipt that their boss mentioned. Tae-sung replies that the receipt and money are not important now. The main thing is to defeat Han. But at that moment, the bandit's car drives past. Jisoo and the man comes up with an idea. At that time, in the Khan family's house, the mother says that she sold the house and left a small shop to support her son in a good hospital. The woman hoped that Dae-sung would quickly come out of the coma, but the money quickly disappeared, and the woman, on the recommendation of a friend, received a loan from the financial sector. However, repaying the debt turned out to be difficult, as not only the loan amount grew, but also the interest on it. Khan asks his mother if his sister is still in school. The woman replies that Jisoo dropped out the year before last, and last year her mother got hurt while working at a diner, so her sister helped. The woman adds that her daughter has also suffered, since she works at a gas station during the day and goes to the store at night. Tae-sung is outraged that her mother stopped her sister from being expelled from school because Jisoo should get an education, but the woman says that she tried to stop her daughter, but it didn't work. The hero's mother adds that he has no relatives, and perhaps something happened months earlier. Tae-sung is angry that his family had to go through this, so he says out loud that they should have left him. The woman tells her son to stop talking like that because they are family. Suddenly, at that moment, the phone starts ringing. The boy's mother looks at who is calling and says that it is those two scoundrels, to which Khan asks to give him the phone. Dae-sung begins to talk to the bandits, and they give him information about his sister, whom they have taken hostage. The men caught Jisoo and put her in their car, and threatened Han over the phone that he had attacked the wrong people. Tae-sung says that the main character has 1 day to get 100 million and contact him and asks him to be without tricks, because Han's sister is with them. After ending the call, Han looks angry and focused, so his mother asks what happened. The guy doesn't say what's wrong and is about to leave, but his mother wants to stop him. The woman asks her son not to leave if it is something dangerous, because anything can happen. If her son goes to prison or somewhere else, she won't be able to live. The guy understands to himself that he won't be able to kill the villains, because after all, he's not in hell. The boy doesn't say anything to his mother yet, but he receives a notification and stops to read it. The main character turns to his mother and asks her not to worry, and that nothing will happen to him. Having gone to a secluded place, the guy begins to study the information from the table, which provided a list of skills. After careful consideration, Han Dae-sung chooses a specific skill for himself. At this time, the bandits bring Jisoo to their hideout, and the man in the gray suit hopes that Han will not come here. At first, Tae-sung looks calm and confident that Dae-sung will not come so quickly. But after entering the elevator, strange glare appears everywhere, which surprises the man. At this moment, something appears in Tae-sung's field, and he gets scared. Khan appears in front of the bandit, smiling at the bandit's reaction, and saying that he was asked to come with money. Previously, the hero chose the Shadowcaster skill for himself. Trying out this skill, Khan was surprised by its abilities. The guy opened a small portal to the shadows and threw a piece of cloth with Tae-sung's blood into it, and asked the shadows to track the bastard and transfer him to him. Thanks to this technique, the guy was transported straight to the elevator where the bandits and his sister were. The man in the gray suit begins to attack Khan. However, he dodges and counterattacks the enemy in the face. Tae-sung is amazed by the boy's abilities. He is nervous and scared by guesses about who Han is. Jisoo, who had been in the elevator the whole time, was as amazed by her brother's abilities as Tae-sung. Dae-sung turns to the bandit, asking what awakened means. At this time, the elevator arrives at the desired floor, and Tae-sung hurries to run out of it to inform his comrades about the unwanted guest. However, the guy catches up with him and knocks him out on the spot. Seeing what happened to the man, the partners, who had been sitting calmly until then, jump up from their seats and prepare to attack Khan. Dae-sung easily passes by his opponents with the help of his technique, deftly attacking and winning fights. Sometime later, the guy overcomes all his ill-wishers. Han approaches Jisoo, who was watching everything that was happening. The boy leans over to his sister and asks if she is okay. The brother pushes the tape away from the girl's mouth and unties her hands, telling her to go home. The girl asks fearfully what her brother is going to do. Dae-sung turns to his sister and says that he will be late because he needs to see something. This is the last thing Jisoo hears as she enters the elevator. The guy goes to explore the building where his mother's ill-wishers are located. Climbing the stairs, the hero sees smoking men looking at him questioningly. Dae-sung mockingly asks what kind of fleas are infesting this building. Naturally, the men react to the insult from the young man and are going to fight with him. Khan is prepared for this and tells the bandits that they irritate him. The guy easily deals with the men who stand in his way. At this time, the stranger's phone rings. A menacing, muscular man picks up the phone and sternly says that he asked not to be disturbed while he was steaming, but he is informed that there is a problem and he should show up at the office. The man is angry because he is not an errand dog, but they tell him that the matter is urgent and the office is in danger. At this point, the conversation ends, and the man stands up irritably, realizing that he will have to go to the very building where Khan is. Meanwhile, Dae-sung continued to deal with the bandits, defeating each one. Now there is a frightened man sitting in front of the guy, begging him not to touch him. However, Dae-sung is not going to stop. He is extremely serious. At this moment, a man from the bathhouse breaks down the wall and bursts into the building. He doesn't stand on ceremony and hits the guy right in the face. Having slammed Khan to the floor, the man notes that he has gone completely mad. At this point, Dae-sung thinks that neither his mother nor his sister were surprised when he used his powers. The guy doesn't waste any time and starts using the new shadow technique, thinking to himself that it's amazing that people like him can live peacefully with ordinary people. The man walks away from Khan, who was using the technique. He also notices that the hero has torn a piece of fabric from his shirt, so the villain silently notes that the guy is quite clever. Standing up, Han asks the man if he is awakened. The man grins and says that there is no need to feel sorry for him and that he is going to send Khan to hell. Instantly, he uses some technique and becomes much larger, demonstrating the power of his body. However, Dae-sung doesn't lose his cool and punches his opponent in the face, leaving him bloody. At the same time, Khan easily throws his opponent straight into the wall, and the man, in horror, does not understand why he is weaker. He doesn't have time to do anything before the main character attacks him in the face again with his foot. Khan gets angry, asking out loud how much this bastard knows about hell, and in general, what the guy's family has suffered during all this time of his absence. The man notes with horror that the guy is of a completely different class, so he needs to be careful and be sure to survive. Having thought everything through, the enemy asks Dae-sung for mercy. The man says he is ready to give all his money just to survive. The Khan is interested in the villain's offer of money and asks where it is. The enemy points out to the guy that they are in the safe in the office. Khan mockingly says that he will accept the offer since the man himself says so, and turns to go to the safe. As soon as the guy moves away, the man immediately runs away. Entering the office, Khan tells the man sitting there to leave, otherwise he will kill him too. At this time, the man whom Khan beat gets into his car, cursing the protagonist, saying that he will kill him and his family. But at that moment, right behind him, in the back seat, Dae-sung appears, accusing the scoundrel of not telling him the code to the safe. Naturally, the man is surprised and scared that Khan found him. He asks the guy how he found him, but the hero doesn't answer his question, and we can't use our shadow technique. The guy adds that what's important now is that he will know where the scoundrel is and will be able to find him at any moment. Sometime later, the main character teleports the money from the safe to himself. In total, the guy received 500,003,200 won, and now he is wondering how long he can live on that amount. Han wonders if he could buy a couple of apartments in Seoul with that kind of money. Sometime later, the protagonist goes to a tech store and is advised on a new phone model for almost 3 million won. Dae-sung is in no hurry to pay for the purchase and asks the consultant about a different model. The seller explains that another model is more popular among girls and costs almost 2 million. Hearing this, the hero thinks about buying a phone. The seller sees the young man's torment and thinks he is being too persistent, so he openly offers an installment plan. However, despite this, Khan confidently says that he takes both models, and the seller is surprised. The consultant thinks to himself that he has hit the jackpot with such a large sum of money. Arriving home, Han leaves a package with new equipment on the table in his room. At this moment, she calls him, saying that it's time to go eat. But the young man replies that he needs to go out. The woman looks into the room, asking her son again.
So what you waiting for? The clock is ticking, what you thinking? Boy, you're taking long enough. Forget the phone, you gotta get me alone. You should know that I know what you want. Come on, boy, what you waiting for? You got me. Come and get it, boy. What you waiting for? You got me. Come and get it, boy. What you waiting for? You got me. Come and get it, boy. What you waiting for? You got me. Come and get it, babe. Your patience is running out. The anticipation's taking toll. So why are you stalling now? It's getting later. There's no need to be cold. I'm saying it again.
However, he sees an empty room and is surprised when he managed to leave so quickly. Meanwhile, the guy goes to meet his friend Chan-ho. Seeing him, the protagonist approaches the table where his friend is resting. To himself, Pro notes that Khan has changed a lot. Friends sit down at the table and gather to drink to the meeting. Chan asks his friend if he has decided what he will do next. Dae-sung drinks the drink and replies that he doesn't know yet. Ho seriously tells his friend that they are no longer stupid schoolchildren. But Han is not up to it. He is completely absorbed in drinking. Suddenly, the protagonist asks how many floors in the building he can buy for 500 million. And Ho is surprised where the guy got that kind of money. Thinking about his friend's question, Chan-ho says that for that amount of money, he could look for an apartment outside of Seoul. Hearing this, Han asks how much apartments cost in Seoul. Taking a sip of alcohol, Ho replies that the cost of an apartment in the capital is approximately 2 billion. Khan falls silent, and his friend grins, advising him to pull himself together because in the 10 years that the guy was unconscious, a lot has changed. After drinking some more, Ho says that, according to the protagonist's mother, the guy has awakened. Khan replies that he will be able to answer only after he finds out what awakening is. The friend smiles and says that Dae-sung might not have known about this even if he woke up. After finishing dinner, the friends continue their conversation, and Ho begins to talk about how, after his friend's fall, various portals began to appear. Chan explains that the authorities initially ordered an investigation into the phenomenon. However, at some point, these portals began to crack, and monsters began to appear from there. Of course, they attacked people, and no modern weapons could stop them. Because of this, the number of victims increased more and more. Khan asks again if the monsters are really unaffected by anything. Ha confirms this, saying that it can be considered that no conventional weapon works. However, later, as research progressed, it became clear that only aura weapons, obtained from the biomaterials of the monsters themselves, were effective against them. Only the awakened can use such weapons. Finishing his story, Chan-ho points to his friend and says that Han can face monsters because he is awakened. Dae-sung takes out his phone, thinking out loud about his friend's words. and Ho asks about the model of the device, to which the protagonist begins to boast about purchasing the latest version. But Ho says with a grin that the model is not new at all and can be bought for next to nothing. Daesung is furious at his own stupidity, and his friend jokingly calls him a klutz. Returning to the conversation about the awakened, Ho says that one of their features is the strengthening of the body through control of the aura. Addressing his friend, Chan Ho points out that the guy quickly restored his body and, what's more, beat up several people. Daesung thinks about it and asks his friend if awakened people get paid. Ho is surprised by his friend's lack of seriousness and asks. However, Khan claims that he is seriously interested in how much money can be made from this. His friend doesn't have time to answer him when suddenly a portal begins to form not far from his friends. Those around begin to watch the red portal in anticipation. At this moment, orcs begin to appear from the portal. The people around are shocked and start to panic. Ho doesn't understand why the portal opened now. Khan wonders what kind of freaks these are, because in AOU there were completely different monsters. The protagonist picks up a stone and says out loud that he should probably compete with the monsters that have arrived, which surprises his friend. Daesung throws a rock at one of the orcs and looks closely at the monster. Khan feels that something is wrong with the orcs. They behave and look unusual. After carefully examining the monster's reaction to the attack, Daesung sees that the orc has some kind of shield. Ho yells at his friend, saying that he already mentioned that human weapons don't work on monsters. At that moment, one of the orcs starts to attack his friends, and Ho takes cover, feeling that the end has come. However, Han saves his friend by crushing the monster's head, saying that he can handle them with his bare hands. A shocked Chan Ho looks at Daesung and is surprised at how easily he can deal with the orc. Meanwhile, the monsters begin to attack one by one, and Daesung fights each of them in turn. Seeing his friend deal with monsters quite easily, Hyo estimates Daesung's level to be above B rank. However, he immediately comes to his senses and realizes that he needs to start evacuating civilians. Some monsters are distracted by unarmed people who can do nothing to them. Seeing the confusion of the civilians, Chan Ho shouts and demands that everyone calm down and that he knows a safe way out of here. The guy moves closer to the people and asks them to follow him. Suddenly, several orcs appear right in front of the unarmed men. People start to panic, and the monsters start attacking some civilians. A little girl who lost her mother in a crowd finds herself in danger. The monster was about to swing at the child, but the girl was saved by Ho, who grabbed her in time. At this moment, Khan comes to the rescue, attacking the orc who attacked his friend, which makes Ho very happy. Daesung is glad that his friend is okay and asks him to leave, as he is only getting in the way. Chan Ho and the girl look at the savior and are about to leave for a safe place. Ho commands and tells the people to follow the riverbed as quickly as possible. However, at the moment the monsters attack the civilians, someone in a nearby cafe is recording a live broadcast of what is happening. The eternal waiter, completely unconcerned about his own safety, comments on what is happening. Orcs surround and attack the main character. At one point, Khan misses a blow from the monster and is thrown into a nearby car, so viewers of the broadcast believe that the guy is dead. At this time, Chan Ho, who was saving people, brings the girl to her mother. One of the civilians asks the guy if he would like to go back to the surface. At this time above, the orcs gradually surround the main character, who is still unconscious. The waiter recording the broadcast looks at the lying Daesung and says that the guy is in great danger. The monsters are approaching Khan, and the cameraman cannot watch as the hero is killed. However, at the last moment, something happens and the orcs stop. Daesung appears behind one of the monsters and kills him. The waiter is amazed that Khan survived and continues to film what is happening. The protagonist lands on his feet and turns to the monsters, saying that thanks to them, he was able to recharge a little. The guy adds that he will now kill the orcs one by one without any pain. Footage of Khan's massacre of the orcs is broadcast. The cameraman gets comments asking him to come closer to capture the most interesting part, which he thinks will drive the fans crazy. However, to motivate the waiter, they start giving him money with conditions that he come closer. The operator thinks that no matter what the amount, it's still scary to get that close. Looking at Han, who easily dodges all attacks, the waiter thinks that coming closer is no joke. Meanwhile, the operator is promised even more money if he continues to comply with the condition. At first, the guy hesitates whether he should go somewhere, but someone sends a sum of 20 million won, which shocks the guy. However, it turns out that the money is being donated by a certain organization that fulfills the boss's conditions. The employees discuss among themselves that now the waiter will move to fulfill their conditions, and the organization's people also head to the point. One of the men tells his colleague that they finally feel like they are spies, and Khan is exactly the one they need. Meanwhile, the main character has finished with the orcs that attacked him. The approaching monsters cautiously survey the battlefield, and the guy mockingly notes that the orcs have become afraid. Suddenly, one of the monsters is killed by the same orc, only larger. The waiter watches all this and understands that he was paid too much to refuse it so easily. The operator goes outside and hides behind the car, reassuring himself that such a chance comes once in a lifetime. Daesung looks at the newly appeared orcs with irritation, because if this continues, his strength will quickly run out. Suddenly, Chanho appears next to the operator, asking what the waiter is doing there. The guy yells at the cameraman, who drops the camera and microphone out of fear. Ho leads the waiter from the street into the building. The camera operator panics because he has lost his camera and microphone and cannot continue broadcasting, which means he will not receive money. Suddenly, an orc appears right in front of Hoti the waiter. The operator immediately loses control, and Chanho becomes nervous as he doesn't know what to do next. At that moment, something blows off the monster's head. Turning around, Ho sees his friend Han, who has saved his life again. Entering the cafe, Daesung asks his friend why he came back and asks if Ho can stay alive for the next 20 minutes, since the guy needs to go somewhere, and Ho agrees. The guy tells Han that the clans will arrive here soon and promises to tell him about them when Daesung returns. The protagonist summons a teleport to the Pantheon and is transported there. Although the observer is surprised that his friend can open portals. After moving to the Pantheon, Daesung loudly complains about being tired from the recent battle with the orcs. After checking how much magical power he has left, the guy becomes disappointed and asks the terminal what the fastest way to restore it is. The system suggests using a diary, and the guy remembers that he filled it out when he was in hell. The main character has his diary systematized. The guy watches the systematization process silently. Once the operation is completed, the system starts printing and completes it short. Khan is not feeling well and wants to immediately skip to the moment when he received his magical powers. After thinking for a bit, the guy names the 16th page number where he wants to move. Meanwhile, in the real world, the waiter and Ho walk up the stairs of the cafe, and the cameraman looks at Chan Ho, thinking about his connection with Han. The operator asks where Daesung went. However, Ho understands what is going on and directly asks whether the cameraman was offered money for filming Han's face. The waiter doesn't answer, and Ho tells him to keep quiet and follow them to the roof, as there might still be surviving creatures left. The guy receives a message from the Soul Clan, notifying that those responsible for the evacuation are late, so Ho needs to be more careful, to which the guy thinks to himself that it would be good if Jason returned. Meanwhile, in the Pantheon, the protagonist has moved to page 16 of his diary and now feels how quiet everything around him has become. At this moment, a huge something appears behind the hero, indicating that an unidentified object has appeared that needs to be destroyed. The creature directs a laser beam at the hero, which must be dodged. The guy successfully avoids the attacks, and the monster calms down for a while. Then, the creature and Han begin to fight, and Daesung decides that he needs to finish off the enemy as quickly as possible. The protagonist strikes straight into the creature's eye. The monster loses its balance but does not break, and attacks the guy with its limbs. Khan gets angry and tries to get to the monster's head. Soon the boy hits the creature's body so hard that it begins to disintegrate. Pleased with his work, Daesung confidently demands that the training continue. However, something starts to go wrong, and the hero sees changes in the battle. Meanwhile, Ho and the waiter play until they reach the roof and carefully go outside. They see the disfigured corpses of people in front of them. However, they hear that one person is still alive and decide to approach him. Ho gently touches the wounded man and asks how he is. The man barely manages to tell the heroes to run away from here. Ho and the operator sense the presence of an alien, an orc, behind them. The waiter is scared, but tells Ho to grab the wounded man and leave. But the guy disagrees with him and tells him to be ready to run on his command. Waiter Toll turns to the side. Kula had been looking at Chan Ho before and sees a huge orc. The guy sees how scared the operator is, but nevertheless tells him to get ready to run away on command. Right there, the monster senses living people and prepares to attack. Meanwhile, Daesung observes something strange happening to the monster. A huge red sphere has formed in its place. The guy doesn't understand what it is. The sphere rises upward and announces that the rebirth has begun. The timer starts and the creature's body gradually begins to recover. Khan can't allow this, so he runs straight to the sphere and punches it. Having climbed onto it, the guy intends to completely reset the timer and finish off the monster. The hero begins to hit the sphere again and again, while the system notifies that the creature has been restored to 55%. Soon, Daesung manages to completely destroy the sphere. At this point, the rebirth percentage increases, but then an error message appears everywhere. The protagonist continues to hit the destroyed sphere, shouting to stop. At this point, Han turns his attention to the background and sees a bunch of monsters there, just like the previous one. They all notice the guy and are aiming to destroy him, so Daesung skillfully dodges their attacks. The hero is not happy that he now has more opponents. Therefore, the guy intends to get rid of them as soon as possible. Running to a safer distance to rest, the hero begins to think about how to get rid of the monsters. Khan decides that he needs to delve into his memory and remember how he solved the problem before. However, the hero is already quite tired, and his head is a complete mess. After thinking a little more, a memory comes to Daesung's mind that should help. Meanwhile, in reality, Ho and the cameraman rush together to the door of the building as an orc approaches them. Tired and scared, they reach a secluded place inside the building. However, the monster is not ready to let his victims go so easily. So he tries to get them out of the building, to which Chan Ho suggests that the waiter go downstairs. Meanwhile, in the Pantheon, Khan runs away from the monsters to a safer distance. The hero knows the place where he needs to get to, so he doesn't worry too much. Finally, the guy reaches the right point and stops. The monsters following the main character stop in a semicircle. Each of them launches an analysis to determine the radius of the location of the target for attack. However, Khan is no longer worried about himself because he knows what will happen next. With a grin, the guy reminds them that they are in the forest with a predator. At this moment, a huge whale appears from underground and swallows all the monsters. Han, watching this, smiles, because he knows that it is impossible to be reborn in the stomach of a creature. At this point, the system notifies the guy that the task is completed and his physical abilities are being overloaded. After this, the main character begins to feel a little stronger than before. Moreover, for successfully completing the mission, Daesung receives a dagger. Having received the weapon, Khan examines it and says that, for now, the dagger will do. Having made sure that the guy has accomplished everything he wanted in the Pantheon, he decides that it is time to return. In the real world, a news broadcast begins, where the hosts discuss the newly opened portal and believe that the problem with what happened is that it is happening in the area managed by the Hunting Association. The professor on air says that it's their fault because it's the hunter's job to protect civilians, and how can they be trusted after something like that? The presenters say that the portals open periodically, which means that you need to be on guard at any time of day. This broadcast is watched by people driving to the scene of the incident. The guy listening to the news starts to get angry and says that hunters can't earn as much as clan members. The young man continues to be indignant, saying that they are not clairvoyants to catch him, since even with special equipment, no one can find him. The guy's boss tells him to stop fidgeting because the boss, as a manager, won't be fired even if they don't cope. Suddenly, the news broadcasts information about a suspicious hunter who has appeared with injuries. At this time, inside the cafe where two young men are hiding, the waiter asks if there is a way to get out of here, because it is creepy to be inside, knowing that there are corpses on the roof. Ho tells him that he is also scared, but they have no choice but to wait for rescuers. Suddenly, the waiter looks out the window and says that it looks like the hunters have arrived. Chan Ho looks in the same direction and is surprised that the rescuers arrived so quickly. Suddenly, something happens right in the building, and both young men hide behind the counter, thinking that perhaps these are not rescuers at all, but monsters. However, it is only the Khan, returning from the Pantheon, demanding that he leave him, hungry. Ho is genuinely happy to finally see his friend return. The main character mockingly asks if he is too late. Chandu asks his friend how he got here so quickly. Instead of answering, the protagonist's stomach growls, and Ho asks if his friend was injured in the fight. Khan turns to the waiter and asks him to turn on the fire to fry the meat. The cameraman and Ho are surprised by this behavior of the main character. The young people are surprised that Khan is not at all embarrassed that he wants to have a snack in a dilapidated cafe where a dead monster is lying. Daesung eats a piece of meat with the monster's blood on it without any disgust. Seeing this, Ho and the waiter barely restrain their gag reflex. At this moment, a soldier enters the cafe and asks if everything is okay. The waiter is glad to see the hunters and thanks them sincerely. The soldier notes that Daesung is eating calmly in this situation. Ho, meanwhile, addresses the arriving soldier, greeting him and expressing his joy that they arrived on time. Covering for Han, Chan Ho tells the soldier that his friend is simply very nervous, which is why he is acting like this. Still acting fake, the friend leans over to Daesung and says that he should probably go to the hospital. The soldier turns to Ho and says that he cannot leave so easily. Chan Ho smiles and takes out the Seoul Clan ID card, adding that if there are any questions, they should call the phone number provided. The soldier sees a familiar pass and calmly lets the young man go. Meanwhile, other hunters are inspecting the scene, and the leader in charge of the operation tells his subordinate to check for survivors. The boy goes to other hunters and asks to take him with them, since he is also from the clan. The boss remains in place and thinks about this strange guy who is tougher and stronger than the monsters. Ho and Han are riding in the car, and his friend tells the protagonist that it would be better for him to spend the night at his place. However, Daesung disagrees with his friend and says that he needs to go home because they are worried about him. Chan Ho says that it would be better if the family only had some worries, because now they are looking for Daesung all over the city. Ho says that he will call the main character's mother himself, while Han is taking a shower and order dinner. Arriving at Chan Ho's house, Han is surprised by the wealth inside. A friend tells the protagonist to go take a shower while he sorts everything out. Sometime later, the protagonist sees a huge amount of food and is surprised by such luxury. The friend explains that they were interrupted at the cafe while Daesung was eating, so now he can eat properly. Daesung reminds his friend that he mentioned that hunters can make a lot of money. Ho confirms this, saying that now is a time when such people are valued. The young man asks the protagonist if he is going to become a hunter. Daesung continues eating and confirms his friend's words. Ho supports his friend, saying that if he goes to the association and shows his abilities, then his level will definitely be level B. Ho adds that if Han tries hard, he might even reach level A. The main character asks his friend what levels he is talking about. Ho explains that these are like ranks, and if Daesung is at level B, he will be able to join a large clan or become a member of an association, and the salary will be high. Khan wonders if there is anything higher than such ranks, and his friend confirms this, saying that of course there is. Chang Ho says that there is a level S, which only includes 5 people out of 2 million awakened ones. The boy jokingly asks his friend if he's thinking about becoming 6th. Ho continues to tell Han that he doesn't need such ambitions, and that it's enough to get to level A, because even getting there isn't that easy. A friend asks Daesung if he has finally decided to become a hunter. Friends drink to celebrate the past day, and the main character continues to think about the words of his friend and the hunters. At this time, a meeting takes place in an expensive restaurant. A young man with long hair is talking about a crazy debtor. He talks to a male bandit whom Han once met and tells him that it was the protagonist who destroyed their organization. Looking at the file lying on the table, the frightened man confirms this and recognizes the young man in the photo. The young man gets up from the table and says that the man is in a difficult situation. After all, since he remained alive, he could have escaped. Otherwise, the young man does not understand why the unfortunate man came to him. The frightened bandit says he had nowhere else to turn. The young man, the leader of the Red Horse clan, Lee Sogu, says that he understands, because the man had nowhere else to go, and he would hardly have gone to the police. Mogu asks if the bandit is really so nervous because of another dead man lying right on the floor in the restaurant. Nervously, the man begs Lee Mogu to spare his life. The clan leader says there is no need to worry because they will only take the money. The young man leans closer to the frightened man and says that the organization probably has some money hidden away. However, the man replies that he had the lowest position and that he knows nothing, and asks to believe him. Unexpectedly, Sogu pulls away and says that he will believe the man's words. He thanks the young man, to which he replies that they will finish here. At this moment, the clan leader uses a technique and rips the man's head apart. Sogu looks emotionless. He doesn't care at all about the life of the murdered man. A young man walks away from a fresh corpse. Sogu picks up the dossier on Han and shows it to the figure standing behind him, demanding that he deal with it. A mercenary girl takes on the boss's assignment. The next day, Daesung goes to the Korean Hunters Association. Ho, who brought him here, said that first, Han needs to say that he wants to receive a certificate of his awakening, and then they will help him. Finally, Chan-ho yells at his friend to use polite speech. The guy shouts to Daesung that he is going to work, and asks him to write when the results come in. Looking at Han leaving, Ho wonders to himself why he himself is so worried. Entering the association building, Daesung looked at other people who apparently also came for a certificate. Khan understands that he will get the money, but at the same time, everything here seems confusing to him. Having received a ticket with his number 9, Daesung sees that there are a lot of people and understands that the position is quite in demand. At this moment, the hero's mother writes to him, saying that she took the day off and is waiting for her son at home, to which he decides that she does not need to know where he is. The guy types that everything is still with Chan-ho. Mom replies that his sister is also waiting for Khan, as she wanted to have lunch together, which makes the hero very happy. After a while, a girl with glasses and a bob comes out, announcing that number 9 is next in line. In the background, an unknown old man is arguing with the staff and does not understand why he is not awakened, because he felt what happened. The man from the association replies that he is sorry, but the machine does not recognize the force. The man yells at this and reproaches him for the fact that it is a machine malfunction. People in line start to get upset that nothing is being done to the man because they are also waiting. The man doesn't understand how he can be awake if he has gone so bald overnight. Khan, watching what is happening, begins to get furious because they are waiting for him at home and he is in a hurry. The old man continues to shout and says that he will report himself to the association boss. At that moment, someone touches his bald head, and the old man is outraged by this. Turning around, he sees an angry Khan, who says that there is a line here and is waiting. Star tries to explain that the association has faulty equipment because he is definitely awakened. Daesung is surprised by the words about the broken device. At this moment, a young man from the association approaches the conflicting parties and says that he can check everything because he is awakened. The man approaches the car and begins to interact with it. The device performs an analysis and the lamp lights up green, to which the awakened one says that the machine is completely functional. The man is at a loss for words in response to this statement. The girl with glasses tells the old man to get out because there is a line. As he leaves the settlement, the mischievous man shouts that the device may be making mistakes. The girl apologizes to Han for this incident and invites him to the test. Khan thanks her and goes into a special room. Among themselves, the members of the association are discussing the fact that the main character must have a high level. But the young man from the association jokingly clicks the girl with glasses, telling her that she should be working and not making eyes at her. She thinks to herself that the guy managed to instill a feeling of fear, and if he is awakened, then he will definitely be above level B. At this time, a telephone call rang in the office of the head of the association's branch, asking him to go down to the 6th floor to the 3rd ward. At first, the man doesn't understand why this is necessary, but they convince him to go down. As he descends, the branch manager wonders if someone of S level has really appeared. However, he quickly dismisses this thought, as it is practically impossible, and most likely one of the subjects is simply being rebellious. People in line look at each other in surprise and talk among themselves about what is happening. The man descends and makes his way through the crowd closer to the ward. Looking inside, he sees that the part of the apparatus responsible for the color of the awakened one is destroyed. Shocked, the man asks what it is. Other association workers are at a loss for words to explain what happened. One of the workers approaches the manager and points at Khan. The man says that the main character just put his hand on the device and this happened. A little earlier in the ward, when Khan placed his hand on the device, it began to take on a strange hue. The surprised guy asked the workers if this was real. At first, Daesung is reassured that this is possible, but then the device starts to crack, which shouldn't happen. The guy himself doesn't understand what's happening because he's not doing anything serious. The room fills with smoke, and the workers realize that something strange has happened. One of the men asks Khan if he is okay. The guy is silent and looks at the device. After listening to this story, the branch manager asks that the problem was not a malfunction of the device. The man adds that 3 such devices could not have broken down at once. Listening to the conversation between the people from the association, Daesung thinks that he only touched the car and hopes that they will not demand monetary compensation from him. So he asks out loud what he should do now. The leader begins to speak hesitantly to the hero. The man thinks to himself that if he continues testing the guy, all the other devices will break. Having thought about this, the manager turns to the guy again. The man says that this is the first time such a situation has happened. Therefore, he adds that the decision must be made by the border guards, and Khan asks who they are. The director says that if the apparatus cannot decide, the judges conduct a licensing test. The man adds that the results of such a procedure reveal the level. The protagonist asks if such a test will be fair. Another guy from the association tells Khan that the evaluation is carried out according to established criteria, so there is no need to worry. Daesung agrees since he has no other options. The members of the organization are sold with the departing Khan. The manager exhales and says that they cannot live in peace. Suddenly, a girl in glasses asks the manager if the crystal ball reacts to foreign energy, and the man confirms this. Then, the girl thinks about Daesung's abilities because his energy has gone over the scale. However, one of her colleagues giggles at the girl's statement. The manager understands what the girl is getting at and says that she is funny and is glad that Daesung is above level S. A colleague interrupts the girl, advising her to think before speaking. At this moment, something happens to the sphere in the apparatus. Once outside, Han calls his friend Ho and says that he was advised to contact the border guards. A friend asks the hero why he was told that, and the guy replies that the device is broken, which Ho does not believe at first. Daesung denies being noisy. Chan Ho still doesn't understand what really happened, but he encourages his friend, saying that he is confident that his friend will pass the test successfully. The friends say goodbye, and Ho advises Han to go home. However, the main character feels that someone is watching him and turns around. A girl hired by Lee Sogu watches him through a telescopic sight. She notes to herself that the guy doesn't look strong, but by and large, she doesn't care, because one shot will decide everything. Suddenly, she notices the guy looking straight at her. The mercenary recoils in shock at being discovered. She watches the target again, believing it impossible for her to be noticed. Watching the guy through the scope, she sees Daesung pointing with his finger where to aim. The girl puts her weapon away for a moment, still not understanding how she could have been spotted, and besides, she guesses that Khan can hear her from such a distance. Suddenly, the guy's voice sounds in her head, telling her to shoot, and she takes aim again and pulls the trigger. Daesung sees all this and realizes that he has just been shot. The bullet hits and causes a small explosion near the main character. The mercenary relaxes because she feels that she has hit the target. However, looking through the telescopic sight, she sees that Khan is alive and not even wounded. The aura bullet she fired bent, which surprised the girl. The mercenary starts to get nervous because she doesn't understand who Khan is, so she tells herself to get ready and run away from here. Throwing down her weapon, the girl runs away as quickly as possible. However, the protagonist's dagger immediately pierces her leg. Not expecting such an attack, the girl loses her balance and falls. An enraged Khan appears next to her. He says with a grin that it's a pity that she aimed so poorly, although even so, she couldn't kill him. The girl is not going to give up so easily, so she takes out a gun. Taking aim at the guy, she asks him if he really got away, even after the aura bullets. After asking where he came from, the hero calmly answers her that he is from hell, and she doesn't believe him. The guy calmly repeats again that he returned from hell. The mercenary doesn't believe him and says he's talking nonsense, so she shoots him with a pistol. She screams death wishes at the guy, to which he begins to use the technique to defend himself. Having emptied a whole magazine, the girl stops and thinks that Khan must have died. Suddenly, the guy appears right behind her. The hero summons a shadow technique to attack the girl. The mercenary is furious that she can't defeat the guy. Suddenly, Daesung appears right in front of her and slams her into the wall. The mercenary is immediately grabbed by Khan's shadows. The girl tried to break free but to no avail, causing her to lose consciousness. Daesung is surprised because he didn't have time to do anything like that, and she had already passed out. Bending down, the guy notes that in this place, it's too lazy even to kill. Not far from him, Han sees an open guitar case, inside which lie small photographs of his mother, sister, and himself. Seeing this, the guy decides to find out more about the photo, so he throws a bullet at the girl to make her wake up. The mercenary comes too, and the technology still holds her against the wall. Daesung approaches her and demands that she answer his questions, or he will kill her. Not wanting to waste time, the guy asks the girl who sent her. The mercenary understands that she cannot betray the Red Horse clan. After thinking it over, she says a random name, and Han asks who she is talking about. The girl replies that she is talking about the thug whom Khan recently robbed. The guy understands who she is talking about, and the mercenary thinks about how to escape from the hero. The girl decides to cheat and says that she will tell where the villain is if Khan lets her go. Instead of answering, the main character deftly wounds the girl with a bullet in the shoulder. The girl doesn't understand why she's doing this, and the guy replies that she's acting too unnaturally for a mercenary, so if she does it again, he'll kill her. The girl silently scolds herself for rushing. Khan does not give up on trying to find out the truth, so he wants to ask the girl again. The mercenary understands to herself that she has already failed the mission, so it makes no difference whether she leaves here alive or not. After all, she will be killed either way, either Daesung or Lee Sogu. Therefore, the mercenary decides not to tell Khan anything about the mission and to engage in combat with him again. The guy looks with indifference at the girl's attempts to resist him. Daesung kills the girl without hesitation with a precise blow to the heart. Daesung looks menacingly at the dead mercenary and becomes angry. Khan adds out loud that the time he spent in hell was enough for him. The hero puts away his equipment, and the corpse rolls down the wall to the floor. Daesung is a little disappointed that he still hasn't been able to find out who sent the girl. Khan stands in front of the corpse, disappointed that he will also have to remove the corpse. Daesung touches his head and uses a technique related to memory and searches for something. Having found what he needs, he makes a new decision. Without hesitation, the guy summons a teleport to the Pantheon. The hero says out loud that there are a lot of opened portals here. Looking at the dead girl, Han realizes that it would be better if he learns something new. Having covered the girl with cloth, the guy disappears into the portal. Returning to the Pantheon, Khan wishes to move to page 134 of the diary, to the information about the imprisonment of souls. This technique is one of the main royal weapons, along with the King of Hell, and is one of the 15 forces of Hell. Once upon a time, Khan defeated the soul demon when he was in Hell. Initially, Daesung thought that by sealing his soul, he would be able to fight comfortably, but the one he bound himself to turned out to be very weak. A notification about the move appears in front of the guy, and he notes that the situation on the ground is different, so he needs to act carefully. After confirmation, the protagonist is transported to another location, the River of Ghosts. Daesung remembers that on the other side of this river are the king's territories, and there used to be a boat here that the guy once used. But now there is nothing nearby that can help, and it's not so easy to swim across the river. Even if you go into the water for even a short time, the body will be destroyed by the dead. A sign appears in front of the hero with information about the task, where he needs to defeat the appearing monsters. A moment later, flying creatures began to appear in front of Khan. The guy looks at the monsters and doesn't understand who they are. Spider-like monsters with wings approach Khan. They start attacking the guy with small bombs, but the hero successfully dodges. Suddenly, Daesung gets the idea that perhaps they will give him a boat for killing these creatures. At this moment, huge spiders appear in front of the hero, much larger than those that were moments earlier. However, Daesung, using his dagger, kills the enemy without any problems. The creatures are still attacking the guy from afar with their poison. However, the hero is collected and uses his shield in time to hide from the monster's attacks. When the creatures stop attacking for a while, Daesung thinks that killing each spider one by one is too tedious. Therefore, he has no choice but to finish them all off at once, which the hero does successfully. Some creatures appear again and again, attacking the guy. However, Daesung is completely focused on completing the mission quickly, so he deals with the creatures without delay. Using his dagger, Han easily kills multiple monitors at once. At the end, as if completing the task, the hero destroys the eye of one such spider. Then, a sign appears in front of Daesung, notifying him of the end of the mission and information about the reward. A new relic appears before the hero, protection for the character. The protagonist understands that he will still have to swim across the river himself. Using the armor, Daesung swims across the river. Finally reaching the shore, he emerges unharmed thanks to his armor. The system praises Daesung for swimming across the river, but says there's nothing it can do to help, and Han shuts it up. Finding himself on the king's land, Khan sees that there is no one there, and the king's fortress has also disappeared. The guy starts to remember out loud whether there was a way to complete the task in the fortress. Suddenly, something starts to happen in front of Khan. A huge heavenly obelisk rises before the hero. The doors of the structure begin to open gradually. The hero assumes that a new task begins there if he goes inside. At this moment, a huge demon emerges from the obelisk. The guy recognizes the enemy. It is the commander of diseases. Troops begin to appear near the commander, and Daesung remembers that while he was in this state, they were not even close to him. The warriors react to the main character. Some of the monsters attack Khan, but he fights them off. A moment later, the hero realizes that the warriors have no base. The guy suggests that this might be connected with the obelisk, while the warriors rush into the attack. Daesung wastes no time and uses the blood naturalization technique, declaring that he will finish them all off at once. The main character easily pushes the creatures away from himself. Khan thinks it will be more advantageous for him to attack them from the inside, while they have not yet left the building. Having thought it over carefully, the guy decides to destroy the obelisk altogether. After destroying the building, the monsters begin to evaporate. Thus, the mission could be considered accomplished. As a reward, the guy receives 2 runes, which he decides to check beforehand. After collecting them, Daesung receives information about each of the relics he received. At first, the hero sees an inconsistency in the mission's objective, but then decides that it doesn't matter since he has already received the reward. The guy continues to collect and improve relics. As Khan was about to leave, he noticed a strange yellow sphere. A warning appears, but the hero ignores it and collects the relic. After collecting it, an engraved circle appears on the guy's armor, and a message pops up in front of him. After reading it, he does not attach any importance to the text and considers the message useless. Daesung summons a portal back to reality. Returning back to the real world, Han sees that the girl's body is no longer there. He is surprised, but does not look for the body. Sometime later, the boy returns home, where his sister is waiting for him, saying that the soup has already gone cold. Daesung apologizes to the girl for being late. The girl invites her brother to join the table as soon as possible. At home, while the family is eating dinner, the news is on, reporting that the opening of the portals has caused great damage. However, Khan's mother turns off the TV, suggesting they eat in silence. Daesung says out loud that the world has changed lately. The mother admits that she did not talk about it because she was afraid that her son would go into shock and apologizes for staying silent. Khan thanks her for keeping him alive while he was in a coma. Jisoo listens to the dialogue between her mother and brother with embarrassment and turns away. The guy feels that something is wrong with the atmosphere and starts thinking. Suddenly, the hero asks the family if they need anything, and the sister is surprised and says that Khan can afford it. Sometime later, Daesung calls Chan-ho and tells him that he wants to lay low for a while, and Chan-ho doesn't quite understand why. Khan explains that he noticed he was being followed, meaning the mercenary, still thinking that Kula might have found the corpse. To sum it up, Han asks his friend to look after his mother and Jisoo while he is away. After finishing the conversation, Daesung thinks that he needs to somehow make the villains show themselves. After the conversation, Ho thinks about what Han wants to do. At this time, a mercenary reports to the leader of the Red Horse clan, saying that he removed the girl's corpse and fearing that their enemy is strong. I can rest assured that Han will show up for testing, so I'll have a chance to deal with him. The head of the clan stands in the laboratory and addresses the test subject, Jin. The blonde test subject says he can't wait to start, as he's been waiting for this for a long time. The scientist reports Jin's medical data to Sogu and asks if he should proceed with the serum administration. Mogu warns the subject that he will be in unbearable pain. However, Jin confidently says that he knew exactly what he was getting into, so he was ready for anything. The head of the clan gives the command to the scientist to begin an experiment on introducing the serum. The substance gradually begins to penetrate Jin's body. The subject begins to feel pain from the serum. The scientist overseeing the drug administration informs the chief that they have exceeded the limit. However, Sogu says to continue the experiment, to which the scientist is surprised, because Jin could die. But Sogu convinces the scientist that he would not have brought a person here who could not withstand such an experiment. When the serum reaches 90% capacity, Jin is writhing in agony. After the drug is fully administered into the body, the scientist looks at Jin's health and sees that there is no pulse. Sogu does not react to the words that the test subject has died, but continues to observe. A moment later, the pulse appears on the monitor again. The scientist is shocked by this because he thought the experiment had failed. The awakened genie knocks out the glass of the vessel he was in. The head of the clan, who expected such an outcome, is happy. The subject does not appear weak or tired. Pleased with his success, Lee Sogu says he is looking forward to the 10th day. Meanwhile, Ho corresponds with Han and tells him that only the shield and weapons specified by the association can be used during the testing. Daesung decides to check something and runs a stick over his clothes. He comes to the conclusion that the shield in real life is not a video, unlike the weapon. The guy starts thinking about how to hide the weapon in reality. The guy takes his K-press out of his inventory and decides to disguise it as a stick. The guy customizes his weapon and it takes on a new look. Khan looks at the change in the dagger and suggests that this way he will be able to find and disguise his favorite sword. The guy decides he needs to find his weapon. Daesung summons a portal to the Pantheon and finds himself in the Salt King's territory. It's very hot in this place, and Daesung says with regret that he didn't think he would come back here again. Suddenly, huge monsters, wolves, begin to appear next to the guy. Khan receives a mission notification. He must exterminate 1,000 of Orkiel's servants. Daesung decides to use the soul-sealing technique, so he cuts his own hand. The wolves begin to attack, but the hero is ready for this. Little by little, Khan defeats the monsters attacking him. At some point, the guy stops to call on the army. The wolves try to attack the hero, but someone else's paw stops them. Thanks to Khan's technique, he was able to summon the same wolves to his side to attack his opponents. One by one, the monsters under Daesung's command stand up, and the hero orders them to attack. The guy doesn't need to do anything, because he already has warriors on his side, so he decides to light a cigarette. However, Han chokes on his tobacco and does not understand how his friend Chan-ho smokes. Meanwhile, right in front of the hero, a wolf is cut down by his technique. However, the guy is not very upset because he knows that technology should not be underestimated. A wolf from Orkiel's army runs towards the protagonist, but is stopped by a warrior from Khan's army. Daesung knows that the wolves from the technique will be reborn until the brand in their bodies is removed. Still watching the battle from the sidelines, the guy realizes that it is moving slowly. He calculates that this task will most likely be followed by another one, so he decides to speed up the completion of this task. Daesung jumps out and realizes he doesn't need to spend so much time killing wolves. High in the sky, Daesung finds the point where he needs to strike. Gathering his strength, he rushes forward to strike. For a moment, the monsters are distracted by the approaching Khan. A huge cloud of dust forms at the place where Daesung hit. At this point in Seol's plan, she is training for the test. Shin Choyeon, a future participant in the test, prepares for the test. The leader of the Seoul clan asks the chief what he thinks about the girl. The clan leader, Hwang, thinks about his answer. The man says Shin has a problem. She gets loose on the battlefield, so he suggests doubling the difficulty level to get ahead of the psychopath. The leader clarifies whether he is talking about a member of the Red Horse clan Jin. Hwang replies that it is precisely him that is being talked about, because if it were not for him, then no one would have surpassed Shin's skill this time. At first, the leader agrees with the boss, saying that Jin and Shin are of different levels, but Hwang interrupts him, saying that what is more important is what tricks the Red Horse clan will resort to this time. The manager asks if Hwang really thinks Sogu will resort to something again, since it wasn't because of this case that various people banned recruitment for a whole year. Hwang replies that it is precisely because of this that Mogu is up to something more dirty. The leader concludes that this time, the test will be an arena for two. Shin and Jin, and Huang agrees. Meanwhile, in Hell, Khan had already defeated all the monsters. A sign appears in front of the guy with a notification that there is only one soul left to complete the task. But the guy is calm. There is still one surviving wolf next to him. Without hesitation, Daesung raises the dagger over him and kills him. After this, the system notifies about the completion of the task, and the soul of each wolf is collected into a single relic. A sign appears with a notice that souls can be collected at the altar, and the hero becomes interested in this. Khan doesn't remember there being an altar in this place and hopes he won't have to look for it. Having taken the relic with souls, the same altar begins to appear not far from the guy. Seeing this, the guy is glad that he jumped to conclusions. The hero approaches the altar and sees the conditions of the next task, where he needs to collect soul stones from the altar and gain the guardian's recognition. A new enemy, a guard, begins to appear right in front of Khan. A huge snake appears in front of the main character. A notification appears informing the boy that he needs to answer the guard's question and get his approval, which is unexpected for Daesung. He wearily says that everything was going well, but then sudden quizzes appeared. The snake is silent and waits for Khan. The guy turns to the guard and demands that he ask his question. The snake bends down and asks it in a language unknown to the guy. He gets angry and says that he is being bullied. At that very second, the protagonist throws his dagger straight into the snake's eye. The guard writhes in pain, and Khan smirks at him. The snake intends to attack the guy, but he is ready and has already used blood naturalization. The protagonist and the guard engage in combat. Khan is angry at the guard, saying that he missed, seeing the guy as an easy victim. Having deftly jumped onto the snake's head, Daesung begins to wound it with a dagger. The creature tries to throw Daesung off, but to no avail. And at some point, the guard's head explodes. Khan jumps off the creature's dead body. At first, the hero is disgusted by the smell of the guard's blood, but then turns around to look at him. The snake begins to regenerate, its head gradually growing back. Khan sees this and says out loud that he completely forgot that the creature is very tenacious. Preparing for a new fight, the guy thinks about the guard's abilities. The snake, with renewed vigor, prepares to attack the guy. As he prepares to attack, Daesung angrily says that this can't go on any longer. The creature comes close to the guy, but he expected it. Daesung jumps into the guard's mouth and grabs his fangs. The snake is about to attack the guy with blue flame, but Khan expected it to happen like this. Then the snake swallows the hero, and for the first few seconds, nothing happens. However, soon the guard's eyes widen in pain. A moment later, he chokes and spits out Han. A guy appears from the guard's mouth with a sword. Getting up, Daesung says that it's a shame to waste such money on a guy who doesn't even have arms. The guy grabs his karma sword and can't believe he's fighting someone who can't use the fire of rebirth. The snake comes to his senses and is ready to try to fight the hero again. But he is already waiting for him. Using his weapon skillfully, Daesung kills the guard. A notification appears when the task is completed, also informing you that the implementation level has increased. Following this, the system sends out a notification that the boy needs to pass a test to prove his rights to the sword. Daesung must endure the pain of being burned for 10 days. The test begins, but the hero Ula has a plan. Holding the sword, he knows that he doesn't have to endure this pain. The Khan turns to the weapon, asking if it cannot recognize its owner. Daesung gets angry and demands that the timer be removed before he takes it to pieces. The time is reset, and a notification comes that the hero has passed the test. Sword contacts Khan and apologizes for not recognizing him right away. Daesung relaxes and tells the gun not to worry about it. Daesung communicates with the sword and says that it has not descended to Pandemonium. Pandemonium is a place where demons and souls that perished in hell dwell, a place of endless nothingness. Reports are emerging that the Pandemonium demons are supporting Khan and asking for his release. The sword confirms that since Daesung left, he has been disappearing. The guy asks if the weapon despises him, but it denies everything, saying that it will accept any decision of the owner with joy. Sword adds that the only thing he was worried about was what happened after the guy left. Khan doesn't understand what the weapon is talking about and asks about it. The sword tells that once upon a time, Unidentified creatures broke through the boundaries of hell. The weapon reports that due to Khan's absence, all the demons have lost their powers. The unknown sealed the time and space of hell, and they also cast all the demons into pandemonium. Therefore, the weapon had no choice but to be swallowed by the snake, from there, watching the suffering of the demons. The sword says that he was forced to lead a meaningless existence because his ego was hurt. But now, fortunately, Daesung has freed him. The weapon asks its owner why he returned. The main character takes the sword and says that he needs help. The weapon apologizes that Han is in a situation where he needs his help, but Daesung ignores the sword's words and shows him one of the relics, asking what it is. The weapon says it doesn't know what it is, but adds that the relic is emitting strange energy. The sword says that the energy is similar to that emanating from unidentified beings. The weapon says that everything needs to be checked first, but Khan Ula reaches out to the relic. The guy collects the relic, saying that the system has never failed him and that he can test it later. The guy grabs the yellow sphere. A strange tablet appears in front of him, similar to the one that appeared earlier, and a seal forms on the hero's hand, and Khan assumes that it can be used to enter somewhere. The system asks if Han wishes to return back, and Daesung hesitates, remembering that he usually always quickly returned to reality. After thinking about the sword's words, the boy decides to return to the Pantheon. Meanwhile, in reality, in Ho's office, his colleagues discuss the video of the orc killing and ask if Chang Ho saw it. Staring at his computer monitor, Ho remembers Han and realizes that he can hardly even be called a friend anymore. At this moment, the manager comes up and asks Ho to take a break for a while. The guy asks if something happened. He notes that his colleagues are once again enthusiastically discussing the viral video. People in the office do not pay attention to the boss who has arrived. The boss asks Ho to leave. Outside, a man asks the boy if he was at the scene and if he has anything to share. Ho thinks about it, because if he says that he knows Han, he will be immediately forced to hire the guy. So the guy lies to his boss and says that if there was something important, he would have reported it already. The man doesn't seem to believe the guy very much, but doesn't press him and says that if Ho knew something, they could find and hire Daesung. Chang Ho decides that he needs to continue pretending that he doesn't know anything, and asks out loud how Shin Choyon is doing. The man is silent for a moment, and Ho asks again. Finally, the boss replies that it's nothing special, but he's worried that she might not cope. 7 days before the test, Shin continues to train. She has 10 minutes left before the end of the training, and she needs to destroy 10 slabs. Shin successfully completes his mission. Suddenly, a monster appears from the last slab and runs towards the girl. She is ready to defend herself, but suddenly another creature bites into her shoulder, which she does not expect at all. Suddenly, the training ends and the artificial objects disappear. The girl comes to her senses and is unhappy that her training was cut short. All this time, she was being watched by Master Huang, who told the student to come up to him to talk. The girl is still unhappy that the man interrupted her workout like that, and he asks if she is overdoing it. The girl repeats the mentor's words about achieving the goal and asks if these are his words. Huang starts to justify himself by saying that he was talking about training. The girl replies that she doesn't overdo it because she knows her body. The man sarcastically replies that the girl really knows her body better than the system. Huang invites the girl to look at her statistics. The man shows a comparison of the emotional indicators of an ordinary person and hers. Huang adds that Shin is currently in a very tense and depressed state. The girl replies that she needs to get into the top 5. The man asks if she wants to raise her rank, and Shin confirms this. Huang replies that if the girl raises her level, she will have many opportunities. But the girl interrupts him and says that she is not training to earn a lot of money or to gain fame and honor. Shin seriously says that he is doing this in order to kill all the monsters that live on Earth. 5 days before the testing begins, Lee Sogu comes to his clan's secret compartment. By entering the required combination, the leader enters a secure location. The man covers his face and says he didn't think it was possible to survive in such a place. While inspecting the premises, Sogu says that the equipment in the isolation ward, especially the ventilation system, needs to be changed. Looking at the flashing lights, the man says that they too could do with being changed. Mogu turns to his test subject, who has been in a secret room all this time. Jin eats the animal carcass, initially ignoring Soga. The clan leader is pleased that the experiment was successful and tells Jin to eat more, as this is the only way to mitigate the drug's effects. The test subject is pleased with the mentor's words, and Sogu adds that this is the only way Jin can become the main character of the test. 3 days before the start of testing, the gun asks the owner if he plans to return. Daesung accepts the sword, content that he spent his time at the Pantheon productively training. On the day of testing, journalists gather at the main complex to await the clan leaders and participants. The level of competition is expected to increase due to the rapid increase in the appearance of awakened ones, and the association's methods of evaluating participants is changing. At this moment, an expensive sports car drives up to the main building. The reporters turn their attention to him and see that Lee Sogu and his protege Jin have arrived in a car. The Red Horse clan chief and the awakened one exit their car and head towards the entrance. Journalists immediately rush to interview the man, asking about Jin and Sogu's expectations for the testing. Other journalists ask how Sogu is feeling after being suspended last year for using illegal methods. The young man, who was besieged by curious reporters, notes that they got on his nerves from the very beginning. Nevertheless, Sogu calmly answers out loud that he regrets the events of 2 years ago. However, some journalists are dissatisfied with the answer and rudely ask whether the head of the Red Horse clan believes that regretting those events is not enough, and whether he is shirking responsibility. Ignoring the reproach, Sogu calmly replies that he promises to take the tests fairly this year and leaves with his protege. Inside the building, Jin tells his mentor that he should have just ignored the reporter. Seeing how serious Sogu is, Jin quickly apologizes and says that he was just joking. The clan leader sternly tells his protege to be careful during the testing, because if everything comes out, they will find themselves in a difficult situation. Suddenly, Huang appears behind them and asks what predicament they are talking about. Sogu is scared at first, but then she takes control of herself and greets the man. The young man immediately asks Huang why he is dressed so secretly, to which he replies that it is all because of the journalists. Kolko Huang adds that he didn't want to stand in front of the cameras like some. At that moment, the man from the Soul Clan notices Jin standing behind him and reads his aura flow, which appears flawless, causing the man to compliment Soga for her graceful concealment. The head of the Red Horse clan notices Huang's gaze and jokingly says that the testing hasn't even started yet, and the man is already tense. Huang quips back, saying that no one knows if Sogu has brought back another infected person who could harm the newcomers. Sogu replies that this will not happen again this year and leaves with Jin. The protege tells the mentor that Huang was looking at them strangely. Sogu says seriously that he understands that Huang ruined his mood, but Jin made the wrong choice of enemy. The man shows with his gaze where to look. At this moment, Shin Choen passes by Jin. The guy finds out which clan the girl is from and looks forward to fighting her. Sogu interrupts him, saying that what's important isn't the serum that enhanced the boy, but the fact that a member of the Soul Clan also trained. An inspired Jin replies that this makes him want to defeat them as quickly as possible. Watching Sogu and Jin walk away, Huan wonders what Sogu is planning, but then hopes that it won't harm Shin. Suddenly, Han Dae-sung appears nearby. The protagonist passes by Huang, striking him with his powerful aura. The man is so surprised that Shin, who comes up, has to bring him back to his senses. Huang tells the girl to be careful, and she doesn't understand what these exercises are for. Then the girl realizes and tells the mentor not to worry about the guy from the Red Horse clan because she will be serious. However, the man interrupts her and says that it is not about Gina. Meanwhile, Han calls Chan Ho, who apologizes that he won't be able to come because he's very busy at work. Ho wishes his friend luck, and they end the call, with Daesung walking over to the equipment dispenser. After reading and following all the instructions, the guy receives his clothes with number 104. Meanwhile, an annoying old man whom Han met during the association's mission comes into the testing room. The old man is glad that his numerous calls and letters were not in vain and that he was noticed. And in general, how dare they doubt his abilities? The man recalls how, on the day of the test, in the association's assignment, Khan brazenly touched his head. Suddenly, someone grabs the old man by the head, and turning around, the man sees Jin. The frightened old man thinks about whether he should leave the test. Meanwhile, Khan approaches the hall. The protagonist feels well and is looking forward to the start of testing. Entering the hall, many participants are waiting for the start, including a disguised Shin. Suddenly, the lights come on and the crowd comes to life. The inspector responsible for today's testing appears before the awakened ones. The man announces that this time, 3 level portals have been set up, with each level having its own difficulty and environment. Participants begin to talk among themselves about testing. One of the awakened ones asks when they will be given weapons. The inspector says that this time, there will be no weapons distributed, and participants are prohibited from bringing anything with. The crowd is dissatisfied and wonders how they will fight then. Suddenly, a hologram appears in front of the participants, representing the assistant. Artificial intelligence announces that the topic of today's test is adaptation, the purpose of which is to determine how well awakened beings can develop their adaptive skills in different conditions. The value of a hunter lies not in his equipment, but in his aura, the skill that comes from the strength of his body. Participants only need to show how well they adapt and fight. At this point, the instructions end, and the portal opens. The inspector announces that people should enter the portal one by one, starting from the last rows. At the first level, participants find themselves in a tropical forest with a dry and hot climate. Some of the awakened complain that, due to the hellish conditions, they will not even reach the beginning of the test. Everything that happens in the forest is monitored by cameras in the broadcast room. The observers are talking among themselves about how the standards are very high this time. However, there must still be those who pass all the tests. At this moment, Shin tries to calm down and control himself so as not to waste excess energy. The participants are watched on the screens, and the strengths of Shin and Jin are discussed, comparing them. Some of the spectators are discussing how Lee Sogu prepared this time. The head of the Red Horse clan thinks about how envious Huang must be. Han appears on the screen for a second, and Huang notices Sogu's calm. However, at that very moment, the head of the Red Horse clan turns his attention to the screen and is surprised by Daesung's appearance. Sogu is amazed that Han looks calm. There is not even a drop of sweat on him, and the man thinks that perhaps the guy hid his aura, but this indicates a high level of training. Khan feels comfortable because he previously drank a potion that helps him cope with the effects of the environment on the body and hopes that no one will notice. Participants continue to complain about the heat and wait for the test to begin. After some time, an artificial intelligence appears, announcing that all participants have crossed the portal, meaning it's time to begin. The first task for the awakened is to kill 20 orcs in the swamp. Having heard the order, Khan takes off and runs deep into the forest. Another participant rushes after him, shouting that he will not lose to Daesung, but suddenly stumbles. At this moment, the guy sees a small beating source in front of him. Overjoyed that he has found water, he touches the liquid, but something happened. Something takes hold of the participant, and it turns out to be a swamp worm, which lives in swampy areas. It is announced that contestant number 94 is eliminated, and emergency services are called to the scene. The creature spits out a guy in a protective shell, and the system reports that the protection will be maintained until a rescue team arrives. At this time, Khan carefully clears the territories in search of orcs. Rescuers arrive at the scene with the guy. One of them steps away to look at the message on his device. The man sees the task of observing number 104, Han Daesung, and accepts it. At this moment, the main character finds the orcs. Khan picks up a huge rock and holds it up, telling the creature how great it would be to hit it on the back of the head with the boulder. The guy continues to tease the orc. A huge creature runs straight at the protagonist, but he throws a stone and hits it. The man who received the assignment watches as Khan completes the task. At first, the man is surprised that he receives such an order, but then he sees how deftly the guy deals with the orc, and that surprises him. Khan doesn't look tired. He calmly carries out the task, and the man is struck by how different he is from the other test subjects. Khan, however, is thinking that it is not at all effective to kill the orcs one by one. Daesung says out loud that he didn't want to use magic at all in the first half of the mission, but he has no choice. The guy uses the shadow summoning technique, and after that, he orders the shadows to find the rest of the orcs. One of the shadows breaks into a dark cave where the orcs have gathered. The creatures begin to talk among themselves about the noise in the cave. Suddenly, Khan, pleased with his find, jumps down into the cave from above. At first, the orcs don't pay any attention to the guy, thinking that easy prey has found them. Daesung takes out his camouflaged weapon and prepares to quickly complete the mission. The weapon contacts Khan, saying that it seems the orcs did not perceive the hero as they should have. The Khan smiles and orders his weapon to destroy all the creatures in the cave. Meanwhile, Shin runs through the forest looking for orcs. The girl uses her aura to find monsters. The girl notices one of the orcs and approaches him. The girl notes that at this speed, she can complete the first task in an hour. The girl is going to kill the fourth monster. However, Jin runs ahead of her. The girl recognizes the guy from the Red Horse clan. Jin doesn't look tired and is quite satisfied with having taken the loot from Shin. The girl provokes the guy and says that the Red Horse is in his repertoire as always. Jin taunts the girl, saying that her yours or mine competition to determine whose prey is whose is very stupid. Shin also quips back, saying that the guy is a good talker, which is just like his clan's style. Jin sarcastically replies that the girl's clan also likes to take last year's crazy people for testing. Jin thinks to himself about killing the girl, since she turned out to be so annoying. But he stops himself, saying that he should wait at least until the second level. Shin turns around to leave and not continue the conversation with Jin, so he makes an obscene gesture and tells the guy to have fun on his own. The guy gets angry at such words and attacks the girl. However, something restricts his movements, and he is surprised. Suddenly, Shin and Jin hear and see a huge explosion. A few minutes before, in the orc cave, Khan stands with a lit weapon. The guy orders his sword to burn everyone in the cave. The trapped monsters can't do anything about the fire. Camera observers are shocked by what is happening. Seeing the explosion on the cameras and the announcement that Han has passed the first level test, no one believes that this is possible. The observers immediately begin to request information about the guy and demand that he prepare a contract. Kwang, who was watching the scene, says he fully expected Daesung to make a splash. Sogu Tolk is unhappy that all the attention is focused on Han. Also monitoring the testing are people from the association, the girl and her colleagues who met with the hero when he broke the device in the association building. The girl is happy that her guess about the guy's strength turned out to be correct, and her colleagues are still amazed. Immediately, the people from the association pay attention to the screen, where the annoying old man was seen, and recognize him. A man with an axe finishes off weakened orcs after an explosion. The old man is glad that he completes his task quickly enough. The girl and her colleagues see that the old man is cheating and do not understand how he ended up on the test at all, because he is an ordinary person. The girl from the association enthusiastically says that Khan broke many balls from the device that day. Her colleagues don't understand what she's talking about, and the girl explains that the whole thing is that after the breakdown, various rumors spread that the test results were incorrect. She adds that she heard many people complaining to the community about this that day. One of her colleagues doesn't believe the girl's words and jokingly flicks her on the head, saying that the people above are doing their work superficially. Suddenly, the boss appears behind them, and the three ace are frightened. The boss says that he himself added the old man to the list of test participants. The man says that 3 days ago, he received a report that an old man tried to enter the portal with bombs tied around his body. The girl asks in horror if he really wanted to kill himself and something that is not awakened. The boss denies this and says that several years ago the old man lost his family due to the opening of the portal, and this was his attempt at revenge. One of the association members tells the man that if he gives such concessions, the system will collapse. His colleagues giggle at him, but his boss confirms his fears. The man draws the attention of his workers to Khan, saying that he has found a diamond. Suddenly, the broadcast starts to malfunction, and the connection becomes weak. So Mogu, leaving the hall, addresses his protege. The man from the Red Horse clan tells the leader that this way, Han can reach the second and third levels very soon. However, Sogu reassures him, saying that John is not yet ahead of Jin. The leader adds that Jin is simply giving Han a head start for now, to see his endurance out of curiosity. The man listens to the chapter and thinks to himself that Sogu has strange ideas about what it means to give a head start. The man assigned to monitor Khan tracks him through a scope and notes that number 104 is extremely talented. However, the man shoots the protagonist, saying that he shouldn't have gotten in the way of the Red Horse clan. However, the main character is fine and doesn't notice the surveillance. Looking up, Daesung figures that this is probably the entrance to level 2. Sogu smiles and rejoices at how good it will be if Daesung dies right there. Suddenly, a hovering golem appears near the man watching Khan. The man is hiding from the creature and feels he must report it as soon as possible, as a hefty reward awaits him. However, the golem notices him and attacks the man. The golem binds him with paralyzing poison. At some point, the man becomes afraid that he won't be able to get out. Meanwhile, Daesung, searching for the portal, feels like he's walking through the same places. Suddenly, the guy stumbles upon the corpse of the very man who was following Khan. The protagonist assumes that this was an unplanned death. Suddenly, a golem appears behind Khan. The creature attacks Daesung, but he deftly dodges. The protagonist begins to think about how to defeat the monster, selecting skills that he can use. Daesung understands that he can't use some skills because of the cooldown, and the golem certainly won't wait for him. So Khan dodges its attacks, and then decides that he needs to finish off the creature as quickly as possible. The guy jumps right towards the golem to rip a piece of stone out of its body. Meanwhile, Jin deals with the last of the orcs. Finally, he is notified that he has passed the back and is moving on to the second level. Suddenly, a small box flies up to the guy. Opening it, Jin sees an ampule, a note, and a compass. After carefully reading the contents of the note, she immediately ignites spontaneously and disappears. Meanwhile, Khan is still dealing with the golem and summoning the shadow ghost. The guy orders the technology to destroy the golem. The monster still attacks the guy, but he defends himself with a weapon. The boy's technique is fueled by parts of the golem, and Khan again orders an attack on the monster. Numerous shadows attack the golem. Khan, watching this, rejoices that he has almost defeated the creature. Meanwhile, a picture begins to appear in the broadcast room, and the connection is established. Observers see that there is fog everywhere and do not understand what is happening. Finally, the picture appears and everyone sees the golem and is surprised that such an opponent was included in the exam. One of the association's employees asks if it is normal to include this in testing. The man asks the boss if they need to stop this, since they have that right as the supreme protector. One of the workers reports that they were able to determine the location of number 104. The man asks his boss if they should stop the test for Daesung, and he agrees, but is distracted by a girl from the association. She points to the screen in the broadcast room, where the protagonist's equipment is seen defeating the golem. The attack radius is quite large and powerful, which again surprises observers. The boss from the association, seeing this, understands that it is impossible to determine the level on the edge, and he thought that Khan's peculiarity was just a mistake and a malfunction of the device. Eventually, the man realizes that perhaps there is something unimaginably strong within Daesung. The girl from the association is amazed by the success of the main character. Suddenly, another worker from the observers approaches her and says that Khan's success has nothing to do with the test. The stranger adds that Jin will reach the second level of the test before Daesung. Meanwhile, the association's boss is asked about further actions, and he replies that first they need to analyze the injuries and report everything. Meanwhile, Jin uses the compass to reach the portal to the second level. He stops for a moment to survey the area and notices the fog clearing, indicating that the decision has already been made. The guy gets rid of his compass to move on. Meanwhile, Khan has already finished with the golem and uses the soul imprisonment technique. Observers see what Khan is doing and are surprised that the guy is doing something again. Daesung, using the technique, summons a golem for himself. The creature does not obey at first, but the protagonist soon forces it to bow its head. The golem leans towards Daesung and submits to him. Something fast flies past Jin as he approaches the portal, and he stops in shock. He notices that it is Khan, and is amazed at what he just did. Sogu returns to the broadcast room, confident that the testing is already over. However, upon entering, the young man sees the frightened face of his ward, Jin. A little earlier, Khan, having climbed onto the head of the summoned golem, was heading towards the portal. Having found a shortcut, the protagonist clears the way for the creature. Daesung urges the golem to move faster. The guy uses fire to continue clearing the path of obstacles. The people in the broadcast room finally realize that the guy is using summoning techniques unknown to them. Observers are discussing among themselves whether this can be done using aura. An unknown girl standing next to the blonde from the association says that now they are not undergoing a test, but a real reality show. Suddenly, a fist hits a table in the hall. Many people turn around at the noise and see an irritated Lee Sogu. The man is angry about what is happening during testing. Someone wants to calm the head of the Red Horse clan, but his people ask them not to approach. Finally, Sogu calms down and apologizes for his behavior, explaining that he was excited by the guy's abilities. Huang, watching this, silently notes that this is what Sogu deserves, because he couldn't even imagine that everything would go wrong. The man thinks to himself that his student Shin should also arrive soon. Meanwhile, in the forest, Jin is angry at Han for his behavior. Shin Choen immediately runs up to the portal. Thinking that there is no way Jin could lose to someone like that, he rushes towards the teleporter. At the second level, participants find themselves in a cold climate, on a snowy mountain. Daesung, who arrived on the scene, was outraged that the participants were being tested like this. The guy turns to the golem and lets it go. An artificial intelligence appears in front of Khan and congratulates him on reaching the second level. Daesung turns to the teleporter behind him and wonders if he can start the mission without waiting for the others. Meanwhile, the assistant explains the purpose of the second test, saying that the participants will be divided into 5 people according to their strength in different places. The point of the second test is to reach the top of the mountain. Khan analyzes the test. He calculates that the altitude is approximately 5 kilometers. As the participant goes through the test, drones watch, and Daesung regrets that he can't use certain things because of that. Looking down, Han notices Jin and reflects on how awakened C and D-level beings make their living as porters. Standing below, Jin is outraged that everyone's task starts from different points. The guy gets angry and tells himself that he will overtake Khan and will not let it go so easily. Suddenly, the guy turns around, sensing someone's presence. This is the same annoying old man who also made it to the second level test. The elderly man convinces himself that he is doing all this for his family, and he needs to think about them. Suddenly, an avalanche falls on the old man. Standing nearby, a satisfied Jin says that he got rid of the old man. At this point, the signal in the broadcast room is lost, and the video equipment does not work. Sogu, who had been expecting this, prepares for his plan to start working. Other participants arriving at the second level are nervous about the second level challenge. One of the awakened ones convinces the others that they can handle the task because they are among the strongest. Suddenly, this man will be attacked by Jin. After taking the ampoule, the boy from the Red Horse clan noticeably strengthened his abilities, so he easily deals with other awakened ones. Buoyed by a sense of superiority, Jin is pleased that the injection allows him to quickly dispatch the participants. Meanwhile, Shin is also carrying out the task, noting that all the equipment is currently malfunctioning. Khan also sees how drones break, but this is only to his advantage, because he will be able to move faster. Breaking away from the mountain, the guy summons armor. The hero is pleased with himself and calmly falls down, knowing that the technique will soon work. Shin notices a strong burst of energy and tries to figure out where it comes from. Suddenly, the girl sees Khan flying and is surprised that he can do this with the help of aura. Daesung uses his wings to reach the top faster with his technique. Meanwhile, downstairs, Jin is beating up the test participants. Seeing Khan flying, he wonders where the hero got such abilities from. Not wanting to waste any more time, the young man runs towards the mountain. At this point, in the broadcast room, Huang demands that the challenge be interrupted, as the safety of the participants was always a priority. However, the boss asks to wait a little longer while they try to figure out and restore the connection. Sogu intervenes in the conversation, saying that if those who want to become hunters cannot survive such a small incident, then will they be able to fulfill their duties faithfully? Huang turns angrily to Sogu and asks if this was his doing. The head of the Red Horse clan says that it would be better to disqualify the weaklings immediately. The Soul Clan man is angry with Soga, and the young man continues to put pressure on Huang, saying that it wouldn't be better for the man to take a break and retire. Upon reaching the top of the mountain, Han jokingly suggests that he should use his final skill. While other participants climb to the top, some awakened ones remain at the foot of the mountain, including an old man who is crawling out from under the snow. He is exhausted, but nevertheless alive. The man is glad that he survived and decides that because of the cold, he needs to go down. At level 3, Shin listens to the objective of the quest: move around the field and fight monsters, earning points. The girl notes that she is in pitch darkness and needs to wait until her eyes adjust. At that moment, an angry Jin approaches her and asks if she has seen Han. The guy tells the girl why she got to the 3rd level faster than him and why she was too lucky. The girl turns around and tells Jin to go his own way and not to irritate her. The girl herself thinks about Hwan and his words to be careful with him. She remembers that on the first 2 levels he was faster, but on the 3rd, she can't say anything about him yet. The girl stops for a second to check the notification about the functioning of the aura, when suddenly she feels that she has been hit in the side. An angry Jin, standing near Shin, says that he actually wanted to deal with Han first. Reaching the girl, he jokingly says that she is unlucky. Meanwhile, Khan gradually defeats the enemies he encounters. Daesung says he's spent enough time killing these losers. But after checking the score, he believes that the number is not very high. Then the guy goes off to look for other creatures. Meanwhile, in the broadcast room, the boss from the association contacts to find out how things are going with the system. And Sogu, pleased with his work, notes that mixing different factors in an ampule was a good idea. Looking at Huang, Mogu even feels sorry for him, realizing that Shin will either become disabled or even die. Meanwhile, Shin turns to Jin and asks what he's up to. The guy looks at her, licks his bloody fingers, and says that he thought she would be docile since she was a girl. For a moment, Jin is distracted and misses the girl's blow. Shin kicks the guy cleanly in the face. After the blow, Jin comes to and sees that the girl has disappeared and is hiding. Shin hid behind the boulders, examining her wound, having first taken off her protective jacket. While the girl is healing her wound, Jin sneaks up on her, happy to have found her. The girl doesn't lose her composure and deftly attacks the guy in the groin, having first thrown her tracksuit at him. Shin continues to beat Jin while he is disoriented. While the guy is calling the girl names, she takes a stand and says that she actually has a name. She uses a technique from the Soul Clan and introduces herself by saying that she is the ace of her clan. After killing the guy, she says that Jin cannot possibly be human because he is more disgusting than monsters. Realizing that the girl is no longer in danger, Shin turns around and leaves. Meanwhile, Khan, who has killed a large number of monsters again, is furious that his counter remains unchanged and has broken. The guy grabs his head and nervously says that he doesn't understand what they want from him. Meanwhile, Shin continues walking in the cave and wonders why she can't see the other participants. Suddenly, someone's body flies past her. An enraged Jin stands behind Shin. The girl rushes away from him. Turning around to make sure it was Jin, the girl doesn't understand how this happened because she definitely killed him. Suddenly, the guy is right in front of her, and she hits his arm and falls. Jin wastes no time and begins to beat the girl with all his might. Lifting up the exhausted Shin, the guy says that he will kill her in the most painful way. After hitting Shin hard in the stomach, the girl screams in pain. Jin leans towards her and says that she can scream and beg for mercy, and maybe someone will hear her. Mockingly, the guy adds that it was he who destroyed all the equipment. Suddenly, Shin gouges out his eyes while he's distracted. Given some time while Jin recovers, Shin tries to leave. The girl encourages herself, slowly crawling away from Jin. However, she doesn't make it in time, and the recovered guy lifts her by the neck, yelling at her and saying that because of her, his number of lives has been halved. Just as Jin was about to finish off Shin, he heard someone's voice from the side. Turning around, he sees Khan watching what is happening. Evil Genie looks at the guy and recognizes the number 104. Throwing Shin away, the guy says that he was waiting for Daesung. Gathering his strength, Jin jumps on Han. However, Daesung passes by the guy and he doesn't understand how he did it. Jin stops, trying to understand what happened. Han leans over to Shin to examine her. Khan understands that the girl seems to have recovered. Jin turns to the main character again and says that he is as talented as he is. Daesung asks if Jin Lee did this to Shin. He replies that the girl herself is to blame for getting confused, and he simply brought her to her senses. But Khan interrupts him and says that he was able to see the score counter. Jin ignores his question and plans to use the technique to kill Daesung. The guy adds that he completely forgot about the protective suit, because if it breaks, he's done for. While Jin is figuring out the counter, Han already punches him in the face. Clutching his face, Jin curses Daesung. The main character doesn't waste time and uses fire abilities to attack. Jin defends himself from the flames, saying that these are all futile attempts. But the main character, meanwhile, calls upon the technique of soul imprisonment, and all the captured creatures appear behind him. Daesung angrily tells Jin that he has brought out his hellish nature in him. Meanwhile, in reality, It is reported that the connection has been restored on the second level, but repairs on the third will take about another half hour. The leader of the association orders that security be sent to the second level, and another detachment should be deployed to the third level. And Sogu, completely calm, says that there is no point in worrying so much because everyone who is being tested is a future hunter. Meanwhile, the leader is informed that one corpse and many wounded were found on the second level. The news reports that a system failure occurred during testing and that this situation has been ongoing for an hour. He, listening to the news, remembers that Han is on probation, so he gets ready to go to the complex and find out everything as it is. Meanwhile, on the third level, Jin runs away from Han in fear. However, before he can escape, his leg is cut off. The boy falls in pain, realizing that he only has one life left. Taesung comes closer to Jin and asks if he is really being reborn like bugs in hell. At that moment, the connection is restored and a picture appears, and Lee Sogu looks closely at the screen. However, at this moment, Jin falls to his knees and begs Han to spare him, because he only has one life left. Taesung mockingly says that it's a shame that the guy only has one life left, because he wanted to check whether Jin would live if he was cut in half. The guy understands that even if Chen were cut in half, even the properties of the ampule wouldn't help him. The main character looks around and sees that somewhere one camera is working. Khan tells the boy that he will allow it if he answers 3 questions honestly. Having threatened Jin with a weapon, he falls silent in anticipation. Khan threatens the guy that if he lies, he will stab him. Daesung asks his question, asking if it's just Jin cheating here or if there's someone else. Hearing this question, Sogu starts to get nervous. Jin begins to stutter, not knowing what to answer. Khan waits for an answer and puts pressure on the guy, saying that perhaps it's worth splitting it in half. Out of fear, Jin asks not to kill him and says that he is alone. Daesung doesn't calm down and asks who made Jin do all this. Jin is nervous and understands that first he needs to get away from the guy alive. He makes up his mind and tells Han that this was all the plan of the Red Horse clan leader. Han asks about the Lee Sogu clan. Everyone in the broadcast room turns to look at the young man Soga, rolling around among themselves, wondering if this is true. The leader is angry at Jin for giving him away. He turns around and shouts that Jin himself started all this, but decided to pin it on Soga. The young man is distracted by the association's leader, who tells him that the investigation will take place during the hunter's inspection. Sogu understands to himself that he will not be able to get out of here. The young man calms down and says that he will arrive at the inspection office at the appointed time. Sogu leaves the hall and curses Jin for repaying him like this. One of Mogu's assistants asks if there was any need to bow his head. The head of the clan continues to swear at what would have happened if he had said anything out of place there. If that happened, Huang would be absolutely happy. The man from the Soul clan is furious after Lee Sogu left. The association's leader thanks Huang for being supported, but the man replies that he did not do this for everyone present. The association's leader calls his subordinates and orders them to go to the testing area to stop the trial. Meanwhile, Han asks his third question and asks if Jin has another life left. The frightened boy asks what this question means. Jin understands to himself that whether he lies or tells the truth, he will be divided in half in any case, so the outcome is the same. At this moment, the artificial intelligence appears and declares Han Daesung the winner of the challenge. The protagonist is surprised that the announcement appeared so suddenly. Jin timidly congratulates Han on his victory, saying that he is a worthy S-level hunter. Daesung, despite everything, cuts the guy in half. With a smile, Han says that Jin lied, and he still has one more life left. Turning back to the wounded Shin, Daesung sees her recovering. Meanwhile, medics run into the portal to the third level. The head of the association, Pak, who had been watching the broadcast from his office the entire time, finishes watching. Next to him stands his subordinate, saying that representatives of the 10 clans have arrived. The girl adds that Han Daesung already showed S-class at level 1. The man asks the girl if Jean is the first hunter after Li Cheng. While looking through Daesung's file, Park tells his subordinate to bring such a person into their organization. People in the association's lobby are discussing among themselves what happened during the testing. The system reports that due to unforeseen circumstances, the selection criteria have changed, and the main indicator has become passing the first level of the test. Many people are starting to complain that the threshold for passing is too low, since this is only the first level. A photo of Daesung appears on the screen with his A-level grade assigned to him. Chan-ho calls the main character and asks where he is. Suddenly, the guy turns around sharply, realizing that Han is in the S-level break room. Daesung is happily relaxing in a massage chair, resting after a tough test. Ho comes to him and asks what happened here. Daesung replies that the association secretary told him to rest here. A friend is surprised that his secretary contacted him. Han continues by saying that he has become an A-class hunter, with the potential for S-class. Ho is amazed by his friend's success, jokingly saying that now Han will be able to build a house with his own money. He adds that everyone on the outside is shocked by the protagonist's success because of his potential. Meanwhile, in the lobby, everyone is discussing Khan and how to get his associations, when suddenly, someone comes out of the elevator. The same old man comes out of the elevator, shouting that he has won, and journalists immediately rush towards him. The man introduces himself as Daesung. The reporters are surprised that Daesung appears in front of them, and they suspect that he is the winner. At first, the old man is frightened that he has attracted so much attention, while the journalists ask their questions. Someone guesses that this is not Han Daesung at all, and in fact it turns out that the old man, Han Daesung, took 20th place and is just a border guard. Meanwhile, in the place where the testing took place, they are still evacuating and rescuing the wounded awakened ones. One of the rescuers reports that they have searched all 3 levels, but still have not found Jin. Having received the order to close the passage, the man irritably asks if the guy from the Red Horse clan could have managed to escape from here. At this time, the news is on air, where they talk about testing. The main character's mother sorts through her clothes and says that it wouldn't hurt to buy her son something new, and wonders whether the market will be open in the morning. Suddenly, a photo of the son appears on the air, and it is announced that he has become a level A hunter, but maybe a level 6 hunter, level S. The woman, seeing this, is frightened and surprised by such news. The mother calls her daughter to see the news, and Jisoo comes to the woman. Seeing her brother on screen, the girl is no less amazed than her mother at her brother's success. At this moment, Khan comes home. Both women look at the guy in shock, and he, suspecting why they look like that, asks what happened. Meanwhile, people from the inspectorate, led by Kim Seong-soo, arrive at the Red Horse clan, announcing that from now on, all activities of the clan are banned. Standing in Lee So-gu's office, the man adds that all the hunters should also be relieved of their duties. The head of the clan sits at the table and says how terrible a light he is being portrayed in. So-gu understands to himself that he relied too much on himself, and Jin also betrayed him, so from now on he needs to be careful. Kim orders Sog that he needs to go with them to the inspector's office. However, So-gu has other plans and gets up from the table and says that when you do dangerous things, unexpected things can happen, and it is foolish to trust Jin's words. Kim stands his ground and says that it would be better for So-gu to go with them without causing any trouble. An angry So-gu approaches the inspector and asks if he knows how he got to where he is now. Kim remembers to himself that Lee So-gu was once the second most important in the clan, but soon took over after the mysterious death of the former leader, so it makes sense to be wary of the young man. So-gu begins to use his technique and mockingly asks what the association was thinking, sending only 2 people toward. The inspector prepares to defend himself and warns his partner Chan. The frightened young man is nervous behind Kim, not knowing what to do. The inspector begins using his technique, shouting at Jong that if they want to survive, they need to kill the clan leader before he does. So-gu also says that it looks like Kim had to pay for his place. Suddenly, a frightened Jong pierces the chief inspector's back. The young man apologized to his boss, saying that it wasn't him doing all this. So-gu, who deftly controls his equipment, mockingly says how many questions the management will have for deciding to fight among themselves. A wounded Kim asks So-gu if this is his plan. Ignoring the inspector's question, Lee So-gu uses the puppet's aura to kill Kim with the help of Jong. A distraught and frightened young man asks his deceased boss for forgiveness. Meanwhile, So-gu comes out of his office, joining his subordinates, saying that they need to warn the association about what happens if he is disturbed. Sometime after the exam, Huang comes to visit his student. The doctor tells the man that the girl will never be able to become a hunter because her aura is depleted. Huang is angry at Lee So-gu for everything he did during the exam, noting that the young man will face retribution. Meanwhile, at home, the main character is scolded by his mother, saying that she does not want him to become a hunter because she will worry about the danger. The woman adds that although she saw on the news how successful her son was, danger is danger. Listening to this, Han recalls the words of his friend Chang Ho that almost 99% of families do not allow their relatives to join the ranks of hunters. Daesung's mother continues, saying that she fears that the boy may fall into a coma again. However, the main character interrupts his mother and says that he has already signed an agreement with his friend's clan. The sister, shocked, asks again if Han really signed a contract with the Soul Clan. Daesung confirms this and summons a small teleporter from where he intends to get something. A moment later, the boy takes out a bag overflowing with money and places it in front of his mother and Jisoo. Pleased, Khan says he will receive a deposit from the clan and hands the money over to his family so they can pay off their debts and use the remainder for their own needs. Mom and Jisoo look at the money in shock, amazed that the hero received such a sum of money. The protagonist reassures his family by saying that he will earn even more and that they only need to run the household while he will take care of everything else. Noticing how his sister and mother are holding back tears, Khan calms them down, saying that on the contrary, they should be happy. Looking at his happy relatives, Daesung feels that if this is his reward for returning from hell, then he is satisfied with everything. Meanwhile, at the association, Jung remembers his dead mentor Kim. The elder always helped and took care of Chan, but now he is killed by Sogu's technique. Now the student stands in the morgue in front of the corpse and cries. The boss from the association approaches the young man and says that this is his fault, because no one thought that the head of the Red Horse clan was so crazy. Out of anger and hatred for Sogu, Jong declares that he will kill him himself. At this moment, Pak, the head of the association, approaches the chief and demands that all the hunters be caught. The chief is surprised and asks whether it is necessary to catch even the preparatory squad. In response, the man receives an order from Pak to disband the entire Red Horse clan and capture its leader, Lee Sogu, by any means necessary. Meanwhile, the next morning, Han wakes up to a huge number of messages. Among the messages is a notification from Chan Ho's friend, so the protagonist leaves the house to call him back. A friend tells the hero that Portal Roof C won the auction, so now the money will flow like a river. At this moment, armed workers of the association arrive at the main building of the Red Horse clan. The operation is commanded by Jin, a level A awakened being, who gives orders regarding the sequence of action. It is fashionable to kill the defeated who resist, so after the briefing, Jin calls for the operation to begin. However, running into the building, the man and Jongwoo, who followed him, see many wounded or even dead people from the Red Horse clan. Confused, Jeonwoo doesn't understand what happened and asks Jin what to do now. The person in charge of the operation orders the rear guard to deal with everything and asks the rest to follow him. In the depths of the building, an exhausted Huang sits and rests. Enraged, Jongwoo, armed with a knife, pushes further into the clan's building, hoping to finally find Soga. However, soon the young man stumbles upon the fresh corpse of the head of the Red Horse clan. At first, Jongwoo doesn't believe that Sogu is dead, but Jin stops the young man, confirming that the clan leader is dead. The person in the operation also turns to Huang, who is sitting next to him, and says that this was too much for personal revenge. However, the man says that he only killed people outside, but did not touch Soga. Soon the news of Sogu's death became public knowledge, and was broadcast on the news that An Dae-sung had on. The old man is indignant that no one calls him. Because no one took Dae-sung in, the old man created his own clan, but unfortunately, it was not successful. However, a moment later, the phone starts ringing. At this moment, Han and his friend Ho are driving through the city, and Ho is surprised that the guy accepted all 10 offers from the clans. Ho explains that his clan has the best equipment, but Han brushes it off, not understanding why he needs it, and thinks to himself that if his friend sees armor from hell, he will faint. Dae-sung then asks his friend if he can make money on a sea-level portal. Ho states that portal missions at this level cost 50 billion, and taxes alone will cost 30 billion. Han is shocked to hear such sums and is indignant, and Ho adds that if he can get hold of the ether core, he can make money. The friend adds that Khan has been assigned an escort who will have to go with him into the portal. However, Dae-sung declares that Ho should go with him too, and his friend is surprised. Han explains that he appointed Ho as his escort and entrusted all the paperwork to his sister Jisoo because he was too lazy to do it himself. Upon arrival at the location of the portal, Chan-ho is asked for a certificate. The young man shows the document to the soldier, who is surprised that only 2 people were taken for the mission. Ho agrees with the military man, saying that he thinks so too, but his friend is a psychopath who imagines himself to be very strong and decided that he can handle the task alone. The soldier says that nothing makes sense, so he will open the portal and gives instructions to those responsible for this. Ho addresses Daesung one last time, explaining that the subject is dangerous and asking if he has changed his mind. Khan calms his friend with a joke and drags him towards the portal. Ho protests by saying that if he escapes into a portal in the middle of a mission, it won't mean he's an unfaithful friend. Meanwhile, the association is watching a recording from the Red Horse clan building, showing the moment of Lee Sogu's death. Something lifts the young man up, and Sogu is completely helpless. An unknown hand appears from the portal and reaches out to the young man to rip out his heart. Sogu dies instantly, and the unknown person's hand disappears into the portal. Pak asks the association's employees whether it is possible to find out who made the recording. Jin explains that there is only one surveillance camera and that checks are still being carried out. And the department head from the association adds that after the autopsy of Sogu's body, it was also impossible to determine who was the carrier of the aura. Meanwhile, An Dae-sung arrives at the portal that Han and his friend entered and says that he is responsible for today's processing. The soldier on duty asks why the old man arrived so early, since they only entered the portal recently. Anne asks if the hunter who took on the task is really Han Dae-sung. The soldier checks the information and confirms it, which makes the old man very happy. An is glad that he got into this case so well and will be able to cross paths with Khan. A few days ago, at the testing site, Jin, chosen by Sogu, was able to hide and recuperate. The young man is angry that he was treated this way and that he was left alone, so he wants to take revenge, when suddenly someone's voice calls out to him. A huge eye appears in front of the guy, the same one that appeared in front of Lee Sogu before his death. Meanwhile, Han and Chan-ho enter the area through a portal. Ho has never been in a portal before, so he's a little nervous. Han looks into the distance and says that there are many enemies, so it is not surprising that the portal is in a war zone, to which Ho does not understand what enemies he is talking about. Looking into the distance, Ho sees huge lizards running straight towards them. Daesung takes out his weapon and says that it will be more convenient to finish them all off at once. The protagonist prepares for the attack and jumps very high, leaving his defeated friend below to watch. Khan towers over the monsters and swings his arm to strike. The guy uses the volcano technique to hit his enemies. The flames swirl around the lizards, killing them instantly. Ho, watching what is happening, is shocked and wonders if this is really his friend. The Khan, having made sure that the enemies are dealt with, approaches his friend. Ho jokingly begins to scold Daesung for not telling him earlier how strong he is, which only made Ho worry. Putting away his weapon, Daesung replies that this is precisely why he decided to show his abilities only now. After some thought, Ho declares that he has decided to propose to Daesung to create a new world-class clan. Finally, the friends return back through the same portal, which surprises the military because too little time has passed. The military begins to panic, saying that something is wrong with the portal and that they need to call in specialists, but An Dae-sung stops them, saying that someone is coming out of there. A satisfied Ho and Han emerge from the portal and declare that the task is completely completed. An Dae-sung appears in front of the main character and hands him his business card, adding that he is responsible for today's overtime. Ho wonders why the old man is alone, since he is from the clan of gatherers. Anne explains that this is just a day job and hands over another business card to Ho, who notices the same names of the old man and his friend. Anne proudly announces that he will do everything to live up to his name. The old man adds that he will always be responsible for the processing, to which Han silently leaves and Ho hurries to catch up with him. Sometime later, the protagonist and his relatives visit the new apartment before buying it. While the realtor talks about the house, Jisoo studies it herself and admires the apartment. Daesung's mother asks the man how much the apartment costs. He replies that officially it is 17 billion, and in fact, according to the deal, it is 8. The woman is surprised by such a large sum and the realtor rushes to explain that such a high price is due to the proximity to the hunter's building. The man adds that safety is the most important thing right now, and he also heard that Khan has become a capable hunter. Jisoo chimes in, reminding them that her brother has become a high-level hunter and has been all over the news. Daesung says he likes the house and wonders if he can get a discount on it if he signs it now. The man then replies that there is no need for this, since Khan is a hunter. A preferential contract can be made. Upon hearing that S-class hunter Lee Changshik lives in one of these houses, Han irritably asks how much cheaper the hunters are getting housing for. The realtor gets a little scared and says that hunters are given about 100 billion. Mom and Jisoo hear the huge amount and are amazed. Khan thinks to himself that this way, he will be able to buy an entire house worth 80 billion. That same evening, a young girl walks down the street alone. At this moment, she runs into an unknown person and apologizes. In front of the girl stands a tall young man with a hood on his head and a creepy expression on his face. He tells the victim that she has a choice and that she should be grateful. The next morning, at the police station morgue, they examine the body of the same girl and note that she died in the same way as Sogu. Jin and Jeonwoo arrive from the association and realize that no one but the awakened ones could have done such a thing. Jin says that in addition to the open portals, a killer who rips out hearts has appeared in Korea. Jeongwoo asks his mentor to entrust him with this case, and he promises that he will catch the killer, while Jin thinks over the details of the case to himself. Finally, the brunette tells his protege Chan out loud that for now, he is working on portals. Addressing a police officer, Jin asks that information about the murders not be leaked to the media. The man also adds that they will assign the necessary people from the inspectorate. Elsewhere, in a new place, Jin of the Red Horse clan awakens. The young man is in a special capsule with the necessary life support equipment. The guy starts to look around the room and sees an unknown middle-aged man not far from him. The stranger sees that Jin has woken up and is approaching, and the guy is nervous because he doesn't understand where he is. The man approaches the capsule and asks the young man if the place looks like the Red Horse clan's laboratory. It finally dawns on Jin that he is in the same place where he was once injected with an ampule before an exam. The stranger tells Jin that it looks like the drug he gave Sogu helped, and the head of the clan personally asked the boss to help and save Jin. After this, the unknown man introduces himself as Elder Hansei, Roman. Jin calms down a bit and remembers the huge eye, then asks Roman if he is alive. The man replies that it is better to consider that the boy was reborn as Kansi's servant. Jin doesn't understand what the man is talking about, but he says that he will give the guy even more power if he follows him. Meanwhile, in the association building, Ho is talking on the phone with Ho. Daesung tells his friend that he is going to clear the portals one by one because he needs a discount on a new home. Ho, who doesn't understand when Han managed to buy the apartment, eventually gives in and agrees to his friend's plan. The friend also tells Daesung to buy the necessary equipment. Instead, Khan is transported to the Pantheon and chooses one of 6 missions. The system notifies the guy about the mission in the Iron Fortress, and Khan confirms his move. The teleporter takes the hero to the right place, and Daesung finds himself in front of a huge fortress in new, unfamiliar equipment. The guy notes how it gets on his nerves. Meanwhile, in Korea, the head of the association's department issues instructions on measures to take against the serial killer. At this moment, a girl from the association department enters the office, stating that the Ocean clan failed the mission in the B-level portal. A colleague asks the girl if this clan is really that strong, since it includes Baek Harin and many other high-level awakened ones. The girl replies that the monsters turned out to be stronger and surpassed Baek Harin's skills, so a level S hunter is needed. The head of the department, listening to this, understands that if the already open portal is not cleared within 12 hours, a breach will appear in it. However, it was good that it was Baek Harin who requested help. Finally, the man orders that Lee Changshik and Seo Dong be notified of Harin's request. The worker agrees and adds that no one can refuse the number 1 in Korea. The girl begins to discuss some other hunters with her colleague. But the head of the department interrupts, saying that he doesn't care. The main thing is that the portal doesn't break. Meanwhile, at the Nadezhda orphanage, 2 boys play hunter and monster. They are watched by Seo Dong, who jokingly scares the children. The man and the children begin to play and fight playfully. Suddenly, a shelter employee approaches them and attracts Dawn's attention. The man gets distracted, and the girl explains that there was an urgent call from the association, to which Don sadly notes that he can't even rest. After studying the information, the man leaves and the employee wishes him luck. At the last moment, the man turns to the children and the girl and encourages them, saying that he is the best hunter in the country. Meanwhile, the #1 hunter, Lee Chang-shik, emerges from the sea-level portal. He is met by a girl who informs him that an official request for help has been received from Baek Harin. The young man stops and listens to the information about Karen's help. Meanwhile, in the Pantheon, an incomprehensible seal is formed under the Khan. At the foot of the fortress, a huge guard appears, resembling a huge predatory cat. The protagonist looks at the guard and thinks to himself that it is dangerous to even walk near his body now. Daesung's only equipment now is a sword and an ice shield. Khan sits down on the ground and thinks about how bad his memory is, since he can't remember how he knocked out the boss last time. The weapon lies in front of the guy, and he carefully remembers his tactics. Finally, an idea comes to Han's mind. Meanwhile, in Korea, crowds of journalists appear outside the B-level portal. Many are starting to broadcast live from the hotspot where the cleanup is taking place. The association's employees, seeing this, wonder how the information leaked. Suddenly, the reporters start looking around and recognize the approaching figure as a representative of the Ocean Clan. A young brown-haired woman, Baek Harin, approaches the portal with a charming smile as the surrounding journalists ask her questions. Many reporters are amazed by the beauty of the clan representative and shower her with compliments. Karen approaches one of the journalists and asks him for a microphone. Turning to the rest of the reporters, the girl announces that the portal will be cleared, and she has asked for help from 2 of the most powerful hunters in the country. The journalists are amazed and start talking among themselves about those very hunters that Baek mentioned. The girl confirms that she called Lee Chang-sik and Seo Dong, who had already arrived at the portal. The 2 strongest hunters are about to go inside when they are noticed, so they linger for a while. Chanchik, a young blonde man, says that Karen was able to skillfully turn her failure into a whole scene, to which Dawn, a brunette, supports his comrade's idea. At this moment, a pleased with herself Karen approaches them. Journalists continue to film the 3 hunters, delighted that the Lyso-back tandem is about to clear the B-level portal. Meanwhile, in the Pantheon, Khan attacks the fortress guard. Finally, the enraged creature awakens. Daesung gathers his strength and notes that one mistake on his part means certain death, so he needs to be more careful. An angry predator approaches its enemy, intending to kill him. At that moment, the guard slips on the melted ice shield, and Daesung concentrates on his next attack. The guy runs up to the fallen guard. Leaning towards the boss, Han discovers a red seal. Using the weapon, the protagonist pierces the seal on the monster's body, thus destroying it. Daesung throws his sword and wooden shield to the ground, saying he won't need them anymore. A notification appears in front of the hero that he can enter the fortress thanks to the destroyed seal, to which Daesung says that first he needs to find a weapon. Inside the fortress, the guy is surrounded by various traps. The Khan carefully probes the wall of the fortress, intending to find a special mechanism. After finding it and clicking on the hidden stone, the doors open for Khan. The Balark treasury opens before the guy, accessible to the hero for only 5 minutes. Daesung moves closer to the weapons and grabs the dark sword, which he says is not that strong, but without it, he cannot enter Balark's room. Looking around the treasury, the guy sees chests with money and other valuables. Daesung looks at the find for a moment and thinks. A moment later, the system notifies the boy that he can enter Balark's room, and Han prepares for battle. Meanwhile, in the portal of level B, the Lyso-back tandem is fighting monsters, and Dawn is unhappy that the opponents are too noisy. The man concentrates his strength and uses his weapon to jump forward straight at the monster. Lightning from Sodon's technique stuns the huge lizard, the enemy. Dawn gives the command to attack the monster, and the rest of the hunters carry out the order. Standing behind, Karen shouts words of support to Dawn. Lee, covered in blood, stands behind the girl and asks if she will definitely go on a date with him if he kills all the monsters. Seeing the state the young man was in, the girl hurried to use her healing technique. Changshik feels much better, and the girl asks when he managed to hurt himself like that. With a smile, the young man points to a nearby carcass, saying that it is a gift for her. Karen sees the huge head of the Ogre King next to him. The girl is shocked that Changshik was able to kill such a monster alone. Taking advantage of this, the blonde puts his hand on Karin's shoulder, and the girl sternly tells her to take her hands off. Not far from the couple, hunters led by So-dong try to kill the monster, but its skin is too thick that even the aura does not help. Changshik asks Beck to keep her promise about a date with a smile, and he himself approaches his partner Dong. Karin looks at the young man who has left and asks herself if she promised anything. Meanwhile, in the Pantheon, Khan reaches the final boss and is about to open the potion vials. Khan decides to use the potions to the maximum. The system begins to notify the guy about the improvement of many characteristics thanks to the contents of the bubbles. Feeling much better, Daesung prepares for his next fight. Entering the next location, Daesung sees a huge boss in front of him, Balark. The guy greets his opponent with a smile. Balark sees the protagonist and a moment later summons a huge fire dragon. Han uses the blood naturalization technique to counter the creature. Meanwhile, in reality, the streamer, that same waiter, Yang, begins a weekly broadcast about hunters. First, the guy suggests looking at the ranking of this week's hunters, and the top spot is opened by Lee Changshik, who became a hunter as a hobby and is the chairman of the Joseon clan. Next in the ranking is So-dong, who heads the Nadezhda orphanage and has become a father to many orphans. And in third place, the beauty Baek Harin from the Ocean clan. Yang explains that there was an incident at a level B portal this week, but the Lee-So-Baek tandem resolved the issue within 6 hours. Then, the streamer remembers what else he wanted to show the viewers. Yeon brings up a photo of Han Dae-sung on the screen and begins to remember seeing him during the orc attack. The streamer is a little surprised to see the guy again. Meanwhile, in the office, Roman is looking through the news and notes that the hunters have begun clearing the portals very quickly. His colleagues call him by a false name and offer to have a drink after work, but Roman refuses. After opening a map of Korea, the man decides that he needs to change his current circumstances. In the Pantheon, Khan continues to fight the dragon, dodging the creature's attacks. During a break, the guy jokingly says that the spilled blood brings back memories of old days. A second later, Balark himself stands up and joins the fight. However, Daesung does not lose his nerve and prepares to fight him. Khan begins to fend off Balark's attacks with his sword. At some point, the guy complains and asks why his opponent is so strong. Balark also uses his abilities, and he gains wings. Daesung breaks past his opponent and turns around, mockingly saying that he is surprised by Balark's transformation. A moment later, someone unknown begins to appear on the field in front of the main character. Khan stops to study the stranger. The unknown, without a face or a clear body shape, is irritated that someone dared to disturb the peace of the holy apostles. Meanwhile, in reality, a hooded serial killer continues to kill victims, hoping to arrange a sacrifice. And in the office of the Portal Search Company, Roman, pretending to be Jake, contacts the maniac. The killer reports that he performed a sacrifice using the hearts of those previously killed. Roman hears this and replies that he will let the hunting association know about it. The maniac asks his boss when he should stop making sacrifices. Roman replies with a smile that only when they have collected enough scapegoats. Meanwhile, back at the Pantheon, the notification system has completely broken down, so Han realizes he's facing a very powerful opponent. However, this does not frighten the hero too much. He is looking forward to another battle. An unknown person threatens the guy, saying that he is insignificant and will not be able to stop the course of the universe. Having attacked Daesung, the creature thinks that it has won easily, but the hero rushes forward towards the enemy. Khan pierces the unknown with his weapon. However, the creature looks at Daesung mockingly and says that his attacks and weapons will do nothing. The Khan angrily asks the stranger what will work on him. At some point, the guy receives a system notification about a technique that can only be used in Hell, depending on the level of implementation, which at the time of the battle is 33%. However, thanks to his skill, Han manages to catch the creature off guard and suppress it. The unknown person intends to escape to report to his superiors, but does not make it in time, and the system notifies the hero that the heavenly inhabitant has been destroyed. After winning, Khan approaches the tall structure and touches the wall. As a reward for completing the mission, Daesung received the opportunity to lead Balark and some other creatures. The contented protagonist sits on the throne and mockingly speaks of dragons and addresses the subordinate creatures that he will call upon them when they are needed. Continuing to sit on the throne, the guy thinks that all that remains for him to do is remove all the portals and earn money. The newly formed Level A portal is being monitored in the association building, and initial security measures are being taken. Pac comes into the observation room and asks if the new portal is similar to the one that appeared 5 years ago and destroyed the area around it, and the workers confirm this. The head of the department reports to the manager that the portal is definitely Level A. Pac orders all hunters to be gathered and to request additional assistance from the World Hunter Organization. The head of the department nods and says that everything will be done. In the Pantheon, Khan checks the information from the system about his level of implementation and does not understand why it is still so low. The guy sadly says that he will have to earn a few more skills. After some thought, Daesung decides to move to the Ant Valley using the system. Meanwhile, a meeting with all the important people is being held in the building of the Hunters Association. The department head welcomes everyone and announces that a meeting is beginning on how to solve the problem of the A-level portal in Gangnam. At this point, the Korean police take Hwang to jail. The man is puzzled over who was able to kill Lee Sogu because he is quite a strong opponent. And Hwang's student Shin is still in the hospital and is malnourished. The nurse scolds the girl for not eating anything and adds that she will remove the IV since it is of no use. Shin ignores the nurse's words and thinks about her failed exam and regrets letting her mentor down. In the association's meeting room, the meeting continues, and Ryu Jones, the head of the Fortress clan, reports that the hunter So has been missing for a whole month since she left to investigate. Marble Clan's deputy, Chohan, reports that his clan's leader, who is also the 5th-ranked S-level hunter, is in Silicon Valley developing aura weapons, but is preparing to return. The head of the association, hearing this, says that this time too, the Lysobek tandem will handle the defense. Seo Dong jokingly says that there is no other way out. If they don't stop the enemies, they will die. Lee Changshik says that he will go on the mission since Baek Harin promised him a date. A girl interrupts the conversation and, surprised, reminds the blonde that she already went on a date with him and treated him to meet. Lee and Harin start arguing, and Dawn tells the people from the association that they need A-level volunteers for support. The workers begin to talk among themselves that if the Lee Se-Baek tandem manages to clear the A-level portal, it will be the first such case in Korea. Pac sums it up and orders the search for 100 level A volunteers and 10,000 ethers for the hunters. Those sitting at the table in the negotiation room begin to discuss the fact that the number of broadcasts is very large. Meanwhile, outside a broadcast is being made, notifying citizens of the danger. A large number of hunters are already gathering near the portal, at first not understanding why they are there. Lee So-Baek is about to enter the portal first, and Dawn encourages his partners that the sooner they finish here, the sooner Baek and Lee can go on a date. The brunette wishes his partners good luck, and the three of them enter the portal. Inside the portal, Dawn gives orders and tells everyone to check their gear. Lee moves away from Baek, telling her to stay put. The girl reports to Dawn that Chanshik has gone on reconnaissance. The brunette doesn't understand why the girl reports to him about Lee, because he can do it himself, but then leaves everything as is. Having analyzed the situation, Dawn orders the hunting squad. In reality, Ho is trying to call his friend Han and is annoyed that he hasn't answered for so long. Daesung, not understanding what happened, tells his friend about his move, and Ho says that an emergency happened. The guy tells Han that a level A portal has opened in Gangnam, and the association demands that all hunters go there. Daesung learns that an emergency has occurred near his new home, and wonders why so many people are gathering. Ho explains that it was precisely this type of portal that caused the large rift 5 years ago, and that the hunters barely managed to close it back then. Khan leaves the house, getting ready to head to the right place, and asks his friend if he will be promoted if he can close the portal. Meanwhile, inside the portal, a huge number of blood wolves are running towards the hunters. The hunters begin to notice them from all sides and realize that they are surrounded. Ethers used in battle appear when you defeat monsters inside the portal. Humanity is heading towards collapse due to unequal development and many other problems. And it was at this time that ethers appeared that possessed energy that made it possible to change the time of people's disappearance to their life. The important thing is that if you charge an aura weapon with ether and implant it into an awakened one, you can improve his skills. Thus, ethers are very important. Knowing this, Dan commands and calls on everyone to accept the broadcast. The wolves are getting closer and closer, and the hunters, one by one, begin to receive the ether. Lee Changshik approaches the crowd of hunters. The young man uses the technique of releasing an aura over a wide spectrum. Dawn runs past Baek Harin, saying that Lee has attracted the attention of the wolves and the girl needs to cover her partners. The girl does not hesitate and tells him to trust her. Changshik continues to attract opponents. Dawn launches full ether activation. Lee, running past the brunette, tells his partner that he is now leaving the wolves to him. The man activates his technique and jumps out at his enemies, preparing to strike them with lightning. The equipment kills enemies one after another. Baek Harin activates his aura technique. The other hunters are happy. They see the girl's technique in action for the first time and feel it on themselves. Lee Changshik takes off and runs towards the remaining enemies, which motivates the rest of the hunters to follow him. Meanwhile, in reality, in a bad neighborhood in Korea, the remaining members of the Red Horse clan are dealing drugs. At some point, a man runs up to them, shouting for everyone to run away. One man regrets that he came here. At this point, a police car pulls up to the group, and the police inform them that if anyone escapes now, everyone will be charged with illegal drug trafficking. The men draw their guns, preparing to fight the police. However, the police are not taking any action. Suddenly, Jin from the Red Horse clan comes out of the car. The men from the clan are shocked that the boy survived and do not understand how this is possible. Jin extends his hand to them and tells them to follow him. Meanwhile, inside the portal, the hunters have finally dealt with all the wolves and are happy about it. Baek Harin heals Dawn's wounds with her technique, and he is happy that she helps them so much, and says with envy that she can go into portals all the time. However, the girl begins to explain to the man how difficult it is to use the broadcasts, that it is very expensive, and in general, Dawn himself has repeatedly borrowed money for the broadcasts and is still in debt. The man bitterly realizes that Karin has started nagging him again. At this moment, somewhere nearby, one of the hunters finds Class B ether. But at that very moment, something knocks his head off. A huge white wolf, larger than those the hunters had fought earlier, was approaching. In reality, broadcasts are being conducted near the portal, and it is announced that the situation is still tense. On the news, the presenter talks about the Lysobek hunters entering the portal and asks if they were the ones who cleared the portal so quickly last time. The correspondent says that last time they actually cleared the portal for a short time, but the current attack has been going on for 10 hours now, and the association continues to gather level A hunters from different clans. The department head asks the blonde in glasses when the hunters from the International Hunters Association are expected to arrive, but she replies that there is no official answer yet. The man says that they are now in a state of extreme limbo, as there is no way to contact those inside the portal. The girl says that military forces and hunters have gathered, and that Chohan should arrive in 8 hours. The department head says that no one should stop trying to contact the other hunters inside the portal. Inside the portal, everyone is preparing to attack the boss. Lee flies straight towards the huge wolf. The guy moves away from the enemy. The wolf wastes no time and attacks the guy, but Lee somehow dodges, but he is wounded. Dawn enters the fight, saying that the boss is no slouch since he is able to fight back. Changshik stands behind his partner, catching his breath. At that moment, Lee feels Baek Harin's technique healing him, so he turns around to thank her. The girl says to leave gratitude for later, but now the most important thing is to solve the problem here. The guy smiles and charges the air to the full. Lee joins Dawn and uses the technique to defeat the wolf together. The boss makes one last attempt, but the hunters are still stronger. The wolf dies, and everyone is happy that Lee Changshik was able to kill him, but Dawn is indignant that all the attention went to the blonde. Immediately after this, the hunters hear a strange loud sound and do not understand where it comes from. Far ahead, the hunters see a huge horde of wolves and their leader. The leader in the red robe is annoyed that someone has encroached on their land again. Many people start to get nervous, but Dawn shouts and orders everyone to gather. After some time, something starts to happen in reality. In the association building, everyone understands that the portal is beginning to rupture. The blonde in glasses doesn't understand how this is possible, since the hunters are still inside. The head of the association nervously says that this could be true, that the entire Lysobek team is dead. The man immediately orders that all reserve hunters in the country be informed of the emergency. At this moment, the leader of the wolves emerges from the portal and orders the hunt to begin. At the gathering place for reserve hunters, Jin, a brunette from the Hunters Association, checks to see if the hunters from the Dom clan are there. Following this, the man checks to see if the hunters from the Chang clan are still there. And after that, Jin reaches the Daesung clan. The protagonist responds and says that his level is A. Jin recognizes the guy as the hunter they were ordered to follow. The man explains that everyone was called to prevent the level A portal from rupture. Khan says that they won't even be able to get close to the portal normally, and adds that it would be better for his friend to contact him now. Then Daesung realizes that he himself doesn't pick up the phone the first time. Then, all the hunters turn their attention to the portal and see that something is happening. The Khan is looking forward to the battle and is not afraid. An hour before the portal bursts, almost all the hunters are dead. Some hunters still hold out. One young hunter barely defends himself from a white wolf. He begins to lose his grip and loses to his opponent. Dawn is standing nearby, shouting for everyone to gather if no one wants to become food for these dogs. A hunter immediately flies out and cuts off the wolf's paw. Changshik is already very tired and irritated, not understanding how much longer they need to hold out. Dawn remembers one artifact, the Absolute Protector. The department head gave it to him. It was a development from Germany, made from a level S core for counterattack. The man then thought about the cost of such an item. The department head says that the manager received the item as a gift and added that all hunters are like children to him, so let them return alive. Dawn listens to this and asks to tell the manager that they will all try their best. Inside the portal, Dawn gathers people together and prepares to use the attribute. The man bends down to engage the protector. Everyone feels the power and strength of the subject and understands that it was used in the exam. The wolves begin to break through to the barrier, but the protector pushes them back. Dawn is pleased with the development from Germany. At this moment, the leader of the wolves approaches the barrier, intending to destroy the protection. The creature jumps onto the barrier, but it pushes the enemy away. Hunters are glad that they are not so easy to get to. One of those present asks Dawn what their plan is, to which the brunette replies that now they just need to hold out. Dawn explains that if something doesn't work out, you first need to stay alive and then figure it out. Some hunters talk among themselves and come to the conclusion that there is no plan. It turns out that among the crowd of hunters is the very same maniac who decides to change the situation with the portal. Something starts to happen outside the portal, and the leader of the wolves notices it. The outline of the city is visible in the portal. The creature approaches the teleporter, sensing that beyond its limits, it can find something to profit from. The leader and the white wolves cross the portal and run into the military. Monsters overcome the armed forces and destroy drones. Because of this, the broadcast is interrupted, and people from the association cannot see everything that is happening outside. The department head orders the high-level satellite screen to be connected and reserve units to be sent to the portal. Not far from the portal, streamer Yang is positioned on the roof, starting a live broadcast from the hotspot. The young man encourages himself that if he manages to capture interesting shots with a drone, he will become an eternal blogger. The guy turns to the audience, asking if they can see everything. In the chat, many people start talking about something being behind the streamer, but he doesn't believe it. However, turning around, the guy discovers a huge white wolf behind his back. Yang is paralyzed with fear. He backs away and screams. The creature rushes forward at the young man, but something cuts off its head. Yan looks at his savior and sees Han Daesung. A moment later, the protagonist disappears, and Yang, having come to his senses, rushes to find the drone. Khan approaches the leader of the wolves and says that he does not understand at what point so many dogs appeared in a residential area. The leader of the creatures attacks Daesung, but he blocks the blow. Meanwhile, crowds of people evacuate to bomb shelters, wondering where all the hunters are. Some of them take out their phones and see live what is happening outside. Yan, who is still broadcasting, is surprised to have received a record number of viewers. For a second, the guy thinks about whether he should run away now. Meanwhile, in the association's broadcast room, A blonde approaches the department head to show the broadcast. The man recognizes Dae-sung and tells him to put the broadcast on the screen. The workers recognize the guy who excelled in the exam. The head of the department doesn't understand what he's doing there alone. Meanwhile, outside, Khan continues to fight with the wolves. The creatures prepare to pounce on the hero at once, but Dae-sung uses a technique and kills the wolves with fire. The leader of the monsters approaches the battle and orders them to clear other places, while he himself will deal with Khan. The guy is looking forward to the fight and jokingly asks if the monster will be able to defeat him. The main character uses a summoning technique and creatures from hell come to his aid. Yang sees a huge dragon and a fearsome rider appear in the real world and is amazed. In the broadcast room, the association's workers also see what is happening and are shocked. People are frightened by the sight of the dragon and try to evacuate. Dae-sung orders the creatures to deal with the white wolves while he takes care of the leader. The summoning dragon and rider deal with the creatures. The genie from the association, watching the creature, does not understand what is happening and why the dragon is for them. Thalark's shadow dismounts from the dragon, about to finish off the white wolves, and is angry that these creatures dared to disturb the overlord. In the bomb shelter, more and more people are watching what is happening live and are completely confused about who is on whose side. Chan-ho arrives at the broadcast hall and greets those present. The department head greets the young man and asks if Ho is sure he is aware of all the events. The man asks the young man to tell him more about Han Dae-sung. Meanwhile, outside, the leader of the wolves asks Khan who he is. The main character mockingly says that the monster hardly has the right to know this. Dae-sung blocks the opponent's strong attack. This doesn't affect the guy in any way. He calmly asks if the monster has finished demonstrating its abilities in front of him. While the wolf defends himself with his weapon, Jean mockingly asks if the boss of the A-level portal is really a bald mongrel. Suddenly, the ruler moves behind Khan, and the guy is momentarily lost. The wolf enhances his abilities with an unknown technique. The protagonist turns to face the enemy and prepares to attack. But instead, the leader of the wolves simply turns and runs away, which surprises the hero. As he runs away, the creature ponders Khan's strange energy and decides that he and his wolves need to return to their territory. Dae-sung immediately catches up with the wolf, wondering why this creature runs on 2 legs instead of 4, as dogs are supposed to. The protagonist kicks the opponent, causing him to lose his balance. But Dae-sung doesn't leave the wolf alone, saying that he didn't allow him to come back. A summoned dragon flies to help the main character. The creature catches up with the wolf lord and defeats him. Meanwhile, hunters emerge from the portal into reality. Dawn is annoyed that no one from the international organization has arrived. Karin quickly heads to the wounded, saying that he will try to help them here, and the rest who can still fight need to go to the portal boss. The brunette heads towards the boss, and Chanchik stops his partner, offering to at least prepare a little, but Dawn doesn't listen to him. When all the hunters left after the man, Karin was left alone to heal the wounds of the victims. But suddenly, she heard a strange sound. Turning around, the girl sees a huge white wolf with its back to her. Before she can do anything, someone cuts off the creature's head. Han Dae-sung appears next to Harin. The main character asks the girl if she is a hunter. Beck can't understand why the guy is so strong, because even Lee is susceptible to the influence of the wolf. A moment later, Changshik appears and pounces on Han. Karin shouts at his partner, not understanding what he is doing. Lee, slipping past Dae-sung, is shocked that he is an ordinary person. Stopping and turning towards the main character, Lee doesn't understand how the guy so deftly dodged his attack. The blonde apologizes to Khan, saying that he mistook him for a monster. Dae-sung wonders why Changshik mistook him for a monster. Lee explains that only monsters emit an aura like Han's, but even so, the guy feels stronger than them. The protagonist is surprised to himself that there is a hunter who can read his demonic energy. Finally, Changshik introduces himself to the protagonist as the leader of the Joseon clan. After successfully closing the portal, Pak gathers the S-rank hunters in his office and thanks them for their help. Dawn says that the chairman's gift came at a very opportune time, and the protector saved the lives of many. Lee interrupts the conversation, asking with displeasure how the monsters were able to get out through the portal in the first place. Harin keeps the conversation going, asking about Dae-sung and how he became a strong hunter so quickly. Pak reassures the hunters, saying that they can ask him about everything themselves. But now it is important to him whether they agree to accept Han into S rank. Don replies that there is hardly any need for this, since society has already accepted Daesung as a high-ranking hunter. Karen sadly says that she is for the promotion, but now the association will have such a strong hunter, and they will no longer be used. Chanchik agrees to the promotion, saying that there is no way out of it now. Pak asks for the opinion of the last S-rank hunter, Chohan. An adult man in a red and white mask replies that Khan had such a high rank from the start. Meanwhile, the surviving Yeon begins a live broadcast and introduces a special guest on the air, An Dae-sung. The blogger begins to ask the old man how he knows Han Dae-sung, and the man begins to tell the story of how he met him. At this moment, the main character's friend Ho sees that the entire internet is filled with news about Han. The guy understands that this is a great success for them. Daesung comes into Ho's office, and his friend greets the hero. Ho praises Daesung, talks about how precious he is, and Han doesn't understand why Ho once told him to get lost. The guy explains himself, replying that he was simply worried about his friend. Daesung drops the subject and asks why Ho called him. A friend solemnly tells a friend that it is time to pick up the S-rank license. Outside the association building, journalists from various countries crowded together, eager to meet Han Dae-sung, who had become famous throughout the world. Sometime later, a raspberry tree arrives at the main entrance of the building, from which Han and Ho emerge. Pleasant words and praise for the main character are heard everywhere, and he notes that Chan-ho was not lying. A friend immediately appears next to Khan and tells him to wave to his fans. Reluctantly, the main character waves his hand and joyful cries are heard all around. Inside the association building, Pak meets the guy and thanks him for closing the A-rank portal, adding that he was a great help to the association. Sitting nearby, Ho replies that they were just doing their job. Pak asks the secretary to help with something. The girl brings a small chest with a Hunter S-rank license card, and Ho says that ordinary people don't receive such an honor. Pak congratulates the protagonist on his rank increase. The man also adds that the association can now help the guy with some things, and Daesung asks about this again. Roman is actively following the news about Khan and is angry at the main character. Pak recalls Chohan's words that, due to Han's high level, the association would hardly be able to refuse his request. After some thought, Daesung voices his desire to allow his summons to raid portals on their own. Pak is shocked by such a request, he can't even answer. An unknown girl is also keeping an eye on Han Daesung's progress. A girl from the Fortis clan, Ryu So, the 5th-ranked hunter. Young, with a bob cut and facial piercings, Ryu emerges from the room and addresses her father Jones. The head of the Fortis clan is shocked that his daughter has left her room, since she was locked there for 6 months due to her social phobia. The girl tells her father that she has a request. The man is still in shock, but does not interrupt his daughter. Meanwhile, many other hunters from other clans are indignant that Khan might take their places. The hunters express their dissatisfaction to the head of the department. The man wearily notes that his worst fears have come true, and in general, no one knew that the main character would deal with all the portals so quickly. The head of one of the small clans says that because of Khan, they can't even pay clan members properly because they simply can't sell anything from the portals. The head of the department understands that he cannot do anything himself and asks out loud what everyone wants from him. The hunters respond that Khan's rights need to be restricted so that they too have the opportunity to farm portals. The department head decides not to enter into an argument and says that he will try to solve the problem. Meanwhile, Daesung, in his new apartment, plays computer games and doesn't understand why he keeps losing. At some point, his friend Ho calls him. The guy is furious that Han doesn't pick up the phone the first time, to which the main character replies that he's just busy with important things. Finally, Khan arrives at his friend's office, and he says that an order has been received to adjust the portal tenders. Ho explains that it will now be possible to raid only certain portals, as Khan is causing trouble for many clans. Daesung is not angry and says that this way he was able to earn a lot of money. Ho says that they made a lot of money and thanks to this, he was able to buy this building. Khan voices the idea of raiding only the most valuable portals. Ho thinks to himself that now Han has also developed a business acumen. Ho asks Han about the equipment. The main character wanted to sell it, but his friend says that this is not a very good idea. However, Ho gives the idea to contact Pax, who would help with equipment. Pax is an equipment expert and Huang's friend. Ho immediately says that Huang is now in prison, but Pax can be found in another way. At night, Shin Choen escapes from the hospital, ready to do anything to return to being a hunter. Many hunters who contacted the department head raided the sea-level portal. Sometime later, the portal is cleared, and the hunters congratulate each other. At this moment, Jin from the Red Horse clan approaches them. Behind him are other clan members who have been influenced by the boy, so he orders them to attack the hunters. They are preparing for battle against unknown opponents. However, the Red Horse clan soon defeats the group of hunters, and Jin uses the power of transformation. Thus, the guy changes his appearance to that of a long-haired hunter. On the news, the presenter talks about missing people across the country. Han's family is watching the broadcast, and Jisoo's mother warns her not to top up anything for the foreseeable future. At this moment, the brother appears behind the sister and scares the girl, and the mother asks if her son is hungry. The woman asks what Daesung wants, and he replies that he wants a lot of meat. Listening to the news, the protagonist is surprised by the story of missing people. Sometime later, a sacrifice takes place in an unknown location. Roman, dressed in ritual attire, pronounces special words. A moment later, other people in red cloaks appear at the scene and swear an oath to the man. Roman says that it is very good that there is a person in Khan's who is connected to Khan. The man touches the head of one of the newcomers with his hand and orders him to eliminate Daesung. The man in the red cloak, Jin of the Red Horse clan, is glad that he can take revenge. Sometime later, many people are relaxing on the beach. Suddenly, a portal appears not far above the water, and people begin to sound the alarm. The association has already taken measures and called in hunters and the military. But a portal over water is always dangerous. The department head asks the blonde in glasses if she sent a message to all the hunters, and she confirms it. The girl says that the top 5 are taking part in the tender, and the boss is indignant, asking what they are thinking. The girl objects, saying that the conditions are the same for everyone. The man is surprised that the tender conditions are the same. Meanwhile, Seodong arrived at the Daesung clan building, and Ho nervously receives him. The brunette tells the guy that he will beat around the bush and say everything straight, so EXO listens to him. Han says that he offers to cooperate with his clan of ravens in clearing the portal that has appeared. Ho is embarrassed and doesn't know how to respond. At that moment, Lee Changshik comes to them, and Ho is shocked that a hunter of such a level has come. Lee turns to Dawn, not understanding why he is there, since he asked for time off to play with the children. Changshik also offers Hyo cooperation with his clan. Chandu is even more nervous about the proposal. Meanwhile, Baek Haran, in the Ocean Clan meeting room, says that he wants to help Han in gratitude for saving him. The correspondents present at the meeting announce the sensational rescue of Karen Khan. In the Marble Clan, the deputy head of the clan, Chohan, reports that he has informed Khan of his readiness to provide his clan with a new aura weapon. The deputy, Chohan's older brother, adds that he doesn't understand why they need to raid the portals, and besides, the other clan leaders have also become active. Chohan suddenly says that he wants to see. The brother doesn't understand what the clan leader is talking about, but he explains that he is interested in power beyond S rank. Meanwhile, Khan is busy protecting his loved ones, taking their most valuable things. The boy implants one summoned creature into each of these artifacts so that they awaken and protect his mother and sister. The summons swear an oath of protection to the Overlord. After this, Daesung leaves the Pantheon satisfied. Ryu appears before him and asks if the portal is the source of Han's power. Daesung looks at the girl and doesn't understand who she is and where she comes from. She replies that she is from the Fortis clan and gives her name. The guy teases the girl and asks how she knew where to look. The girl approaches the main character. Ryu says that she looks like Daesung and asks him to help her. Khan doesn't want to listen to the girl and pushes her away. However, suddenly Ryu disappears. A doll remains in its place, and Khan falls into a stupor. Immediately, demonic energy begins to emanate from the toy, and the guy recognizes it. Sometime later, hunters arrive at the formed portal and see a huge dragon in the distance in the sky, which is getting closer and closer. Khan jumps off the summoned creature. The other hunters are happy about the arrival of the protagonist. Not far from the main character on the pier sits Ryu, who seems to be driving away someone invisible. After a moment, she falls silent, and Daesung approaches the girl, asking if she is from hell. The girl jumps up and agrees with the guy, happy that he understood her. Looking at Ryu's behavior, Han can't understand what's wrong with her. The girl jumps around the protagonist, explaining that when he is around, the noise in her head stops. Before Ryu could finish his speech, Baek Harin suddenly appeared next to him, telling him to stop talking nonsense. Ryu regrets that another huntress has come and is receiving attention from Han. Karin announces that she has been appointed as the main support for the main character. Turning around, the guy wearily notes that more and more bastards are taking a ride on his back. Ryu is furious that Daesung doesn't pay attention to her anymore. Baek sees Ryu's condition and addresses her, saying that it was she who healed the hunters who suffered because of Ryu and her cursed skill. Daesung turns to the girls, asking if they are finished. Karin is surprised that the guy didn't even look at her, but looked away, and Ryu is happy that the main character took her side. Finally, the hunters disperse into boats and head towards the portal. Ryu is secretly glad that she doesn't feel pain next to the main character. Following Han's boat is a long-haired hunter, whose appearance has been taken by Jin from the Red Horse clan. As they approach the portal, Karin notices that visibility is too poor, leaving them vulnerable. Baek uses the light detection skill. The surroundings become significantly brighter, and the hunters thank Karin. The huntress warns the others that something is approaching. Suddenly, small, cute-looking creatures approach the boats. The hunters relax, but a moment later, a huge creature appears from the water. Queen Geiger. Karin gets scared and doesn't understand what it is. The cute creatures obey the monster and attack the hunters. Daesung, having assessed the situation, decides that he will return home quickly. But then he sees Geiger and quickly changes his mind. The guy decides to turn to Ryu. He tells the girl that if she helps him, he will help solve her problem. The girl can't believe her luck and is genuinely happy. Daesung tells Ryu to calm down and asks her to get the monster out of the water. The girl smiles and promises to carry out the task. Meanwhile, Khan contacts Karin via radio. At first, the huntress doesn't understand about the creatures on the fly that the guy was talking about. However, she soon sees large insects attacking the ships. Jin of the Red Horse clan sees the hunter's vulnerability and decides it's time to attack. The guy uses the power of stealth. Meanwhile, Ryu prepares to dive to fulfill Han's request. Some hunters from the Fortis clan are worried about the girl. Meanwhile, in a cafe, Ho meets a girl who approached him. A girl in a black cap greets a guy and says that she just arrived recently. Finally, Ho and Shin introduce themselves to each other. Inside the portal, Ryu swims towards the monster. The girl studies the enemy better. On the surface, Karin warns everyone to focus on the battle. Han, watching from afar, sees the boss emerge and suspects that Ryu did everything correctly. Taking out his weapon, the protagonist looks forward to the fight. Using a technique that allows him to fly, Daesung gets closer to the enemy. Han uses a technique that creates a fireball directed at the enemy. Pleased that his opponent is almost defeated, Daesung talks to him mockingly. Ryu, seeing Han, is glad that the guy has exceeded all her expectations. The girl secretly believes that he will help her get rid of the annoying noise in her head. Ryu yells at Han, reminding him of his help to her. Daesung tells her that she needs to wait. Baek Harin continues to fight off large insects on the ships. The hunters use aura weapons, and the girl asks them to concentrate better. Other hunters swim up to Karin's ship, offering their help. The girl replies that she needs help at 11 o'clock. However, among the hunters there is Jin from the Red Horse clan, who leads them and suggests that they kill Karin first. As Jin approaches the huntress, who doesn't sense the boy behind her, she feels threatened. Han Daesung appears behind him. The protagonist is surprised that Karin hasn't finished yet. She replies that she is trying her best. Han approaches the girl, not noticing Jin. Jin looks at Daesung and thinks that this is his opportunity to take revenge. The main character uses a burning technique to finish off his opponents. The technology is very large-scale, and Baek pulls Daesung up, saying that he could harm people. Immediately, Jin begins to appear next to the hunters. Han calmly recognizes Jin and is surprised that he is still alive. The guy takes out a weapon against the main character. Jin loses his temper and starts threatening the main character. However, something happens and the Red Horse clan boy falls overboard, and Khan doesn't pay attention to it. The other hunters begin to recognize Jin. Suddenly, dark tentacles and black smoke appear near the ship, making it impossible to see anything. The attack ship and back are protected by a force barrier. However, the girl doesn't have time to defend herself for a second, but Khan saves her by intercepting the tentacle. Jin emerges from the water, having received a new body form and strength, and now he intends to take revenge on Han. Meanwhile, at the cafe, Ho makes a deal with Shin that if she helps, the Daesung clan will provide support to get Hwang out of prison. The girl takes the business card and asks how she can help. Ho says they need to find out Professor Park's location. Shin replies that this information is confidential, and she needs to talk to the clan leader first. Meanwhile, in the portal, many hunters find themselves in the water because of Jin. Daesung fights the enemy and briefly wonders if his technique could kill others. At one point, Jin uses his tentacles to grab Han and screams that he will kill him. Karin, seeing this, gets in the way, and the other hunters ask her what to do. Suddenly, the main character finds himself next to the huntress, and she doesn't understand how he moved so quickly. Daesung tells the other hunters to leave quickly if they don't want to die. Heading towards Jin again, the protagonist activates a powerful technique. Jin, watching the guy, loses sight of him for a moment. Suddenly, a ball created by Han appears right above the enemy's head, and Jin is furious and does not understand why Daesung is so strong. Due to the technique, Jin is defeated and shouts to the protagonist that even in hell he will damn him. Karin, Ryu, and the other hunters watch the protagonist from the ship and are amazed by his strength. Khan receives a notification from the system, stating that he has received the essence from Kansi. Sometime later, a ship of the Porter clan, led by An Dae-sung, approaches the portal. Also on board is Yang, filming the broadcast. The guy says he has special content and introduces An Dae-sung. As he approaches the portal, the streamer receives a large donation and thanks for the transfer. After the mission, Ryu and Han meet at the Fortis clan's training hall. The girl gets angry at the guy for flicking her instead of driving away the ghost. But Khan replies that this is how he drove away the magic. The protagonist explains that this Maria is something like ether, and asks where the girl got it from. Ryu smiles and replies that she entered the portal of awakening. Taesung doesn't believe the girl and asks again. Ryu smiles and asks Han to bend over. Daesung leans over, and the girl whispers in his ear that sometimes a portal with numbers appears inside the portal that can awaken. She continues by saying that she wanted to wake up so badly that she entered him despite the danger. Khan wonders if a portal has even opened to hell. Suddenly, the guy receives a notification from the system that a quest has begun due to an invasion, and he is furious about the news. The protagonist turns around and walks away from Ryu, saying that it's time for him to go. Meanwhile, in the prison for hunters, they came to Hwang. The man sits quietly and waits to be released. Shin Choan came to the prisoner and greeted the leader. The clan leader smiles and says that he is glad to see the student healthy. Hwang told the girl that Park could help her restore the destroyed Aura reservoir, but the Red Horse clan was involved. Leaving her mentor, the girl is angry at the Red Horse clan for what they did to her. Meanwhile, Khan comes to the Pantheon with a servant and does not understand why the system notifies about this. Ryu immediately appears behind him, and Daesung gets scared, not understanding how she got here. The girl says that she wants to handle magic just as well and asks Khan to teach her. After receiving information about Ryu from the system, Daesung wonders if he accidentally made her a servant when he placed the seal. Looking at the girl, he decides what to do. A moment later, the protagonist grabs the girl's hand and summons a portal to the Ghost King's domain. The guy and Ryu begin to be transported to a new location. Once in a new place, Daesung finds himself chained to a wall. Ryu immediately appears in front of the guy. Next to them, there is a table on which various tools lie. Daesung turns to the student and asks her to unlock the shackles. Ryu asks why Han can't break the shackles with magic, but the protagonist says that his magic is blocked. Ryu smiles and says he'll try. A moment later, the shackles fall, and the protagonist asks the girl how this happened. Ryu smiles and says that she seems to fit in with the place. Looking at Ryu, Han realizes that it seems like her skills have actually improved. After a while, sounds are heard and Daesung says that the jailer has arrived. A ghost collector walks through the hallways of the premises. Ryu asks Han if she can deal with him. Daesung recognizes the creature and looks at it. In reality, at this moment, Shin meets with Ho and says that he will take him to Park's lab. In his laboratory, Roman looks at the results of experiments that do not please him. However, the man is not upset, since he still has enough good samples. Watching the camera feed, Roman sees Ho and Shin approaching in a car. The man is happy that he will be able to get an A-rank hunter and the leader of the Daesung clan at once. Meanwhile, at the Pantheon, Ryu uses his techniques to attack the collective. The girl attacks her doll, and all the wounds are reflected on the jailer. The enemy is noticeably weakened by the effects of magic. The collector dies, and the girl rejoices that in this place, her powers are truly stronger. Daesung interrupts the student, saying that preparing for the tests is more difficult. Ryu immediately asks the guy how he found out about her skill. Having moved to a new place, the protagonist notices that he has already passed this route. Han turns to Ryu and asks him to give him his doll. He takes the girl's artifact and says that he will go ahead and call the student when needed. Ryu is touched, thinking that the protagonist goes further because he is worried about her dangers, and Daesung thinks to himself that he cannot stand to listen to the girl any longer. As he leaves, Han thinks that mentioning the tomb caretaker's recovery is a trap, and that messing with him will only lead to delays. Having thought everything over, the protagonist rushes forward. The thorn bush immediately follows the guy, and Daesung knows that contact with it further reduces speed. When possible, Han speeds up and sees the soul collector ahead. Slipping past the enemy, Han sees an exit ahead. However, Daesung is again overtaken by the enemy, and he tries to hide from him. A thorn bush immediately appears, approaching the main character, and Khan tenses up. Daesung gets tangled and the thorns tie him up. Meanwhile, in reality, Shin and Ho arrive at the right place, and the guy, getting out of the car, notes that it was not easy to find it. Shin agrees, replying that she herself has only been to this place once. Approaching the elevator, Ho is surprised that it is so big, and the girl replies that it was never like this before. Roman comes out of the elevator and introduces himself as Professor Pak's assistant. Meanwhile, in the Pantheon, Ryu sits and waits for the protagonist, when suddenly she hears him calling her. Khan shouts that he called her several times and asks to quickly exchange for a doll. The girl gets up and is about to fulfill Daesung's request. Ryu quickly teleports to the right place and finds himself right in front of the monster. She doesn't get lost and grabs the doll to attack the soul collector. However, the monster is Khan in disguise, and the boy warns the girl that he is not dangerous. When Ryu asks why the guy looks like that, Daesung doesn't answer and is about to open the secret passage. A passage down into the dungeon opens before the heroes. Upon descending, the hero discovers the Ghost King below, and the system notifies Khan of the enemy's danger. Peeking out from behind cover, Daesung regrets that he and Ryu were late. The creature in front is casting special spells and does not yet see the main character with the student. The Khan explains that the king has already become a puppet of the heavenly forces, so it is now more difficult to kill him. After learning Ryu's stats, Daesung levels up one of Ryu's instant death techniques, and the girl senses it. The protagonist explains that now Ryu will not die after using the technique, but will lose consciousness. The girl confirms that she now feels much stronger. Han points to the Ghost King and tells Ryu to use the technique on him. The guy encourages Ryu, saying that she will succeed. The girl grabs her doll and is about to use instant death on the enemy. Daesung thinks to himself that if things don't work out, things will be tough for him, so it would be better if Ryu succeeded. Meanwhile, the girl has prepared everything necessary and is now piercing the doll with a special needle. This immediately affects the Ghost King, and he falls down. Khan is glad that everything worked out for his student. Ryu herself, after using the technique, faints and does not react to the guy in any way. Coming out of his hiding spot, Han uses his full buff to finish off the enemy. Approaching the Ghost King, the protagonist uses blood naturalization. The enemy of that time has already woken up, and Khan notices that he is using the Blade of Sin to finish off the hero. However, the Ghost King plunges the weapon into Daesung, and the hero does not expect this at all. The opponent performs a technique to summon a living soul. Thus, the protagonist disappears and penetrates the Ghost King's weapon. In reality, another hunter is approaching Roman's laboratory. Shin warns Roman that she forgot to warn him about another person who will arrive here. The man looks at the girl and tenses up, asking who she is talking about. After parking, Chohan gets out of the car and approaches Ho and Shin. The girl introduces the hunter, the head of the Marvel clan, and says that he has arrived to cooperate with Professor Puck. Roman notes that they should have been warned about the arrival of such a person. Chohan replies that he admires Professor Park and his inventions. Roan privately thinks that the S-rank hunter fell on his head at the wrong time, but nevertheless, he amiably introduces himself as Pak's assistant. Chohan turns to Ho and welcomes him here, to which the young man also responds in a friendly manner. Shin interrupts the men, saying that now everyone is gathered and they can go to Professor Park. Roman looks at the girl and notices that she has a good sense, since she took another hunter with her, and imagines that he will definitely kill her and turn her into a monster. Nevertheless, having brought the visitors to the laboratory, Roman asks them to wait for the professor in this place. Roman leaves, and Ho says that the atmosphere in the lab is uncomfortable. While Ho and Shin look around, Chohan hands them 2 bracelets, aura protectors. Chohan adds that it is best to wear them on the wrists. The girl and the young man take the protectors and thank the hunter. Shin shares with Ho that Leader Huang advised him to take Chohan with him to the lab for safety. Ho thinks to himself that he has completely forgotten about this hunter and should ask him for help in modifying the aura weapon. Suddenly, something starts to happen in the room, and Chohan warns that it is a trap. The door to the laboratory is knocked down and monsters burst inside. Chohan rushes forward with a weapon, protecting the young ones. The hunter skillfully wields his sword and defeats the orcs running straight at them. Once the monsters are dealt with, Shin and Ho approach Chohan and thank him. The man notices that there is an extremely foul stench in the room. Roman, watching the hunters on camera, happily notes that those who inhale the gas will not be able to avoid other monsters. Anticipating what will happen next, he plans to release more powerful opponents. Meanwhile, the protagonist finds himself inside the Ghost King's soul blade. Many souls that have been inside the weapon for a long time see Daesung and head towards him. The main character looks mockingly at the souls and is about to absorb them. Meanwhile, the Ghost King discovers Ryu lying unconscious. The creature is about to kill the girl, but he cannot take control of his body and stabs himself with a sword. The Ghost King hears Khan's voice in his head and doesn't understand what's happening. A moment later, the monster itself begins to penetrate the blade. Returning back, Khan sadly notes that every quest has its own hassle. Someone starts to appear in front of him, and the guy wearily asks that nothing is over yet. An unknown deity appears before the main character and asks Khan who he is. A notification appears in front of Daesung that the deity is a heavenly being, and the guy tells the creature that she herself broke into someone else's house. The creature asks Khan if he is the ruler standing over all creatures in hell. The deity gets angry and attacks the protagonist, but he skillfully dodges. Reacting quickly, Daesung cuts off the heavenly being's hand. In his head, Khan begins to hear the voices of the inhabitants of hell, begging to wash away their shame with vengeance on heaven. The guy gets angry and shuts up the voices, saying that he will figure everything out himself. The deity turns to Daesung and asks how he can be the main one in hell and communicate with its creatures if he is not the main deity. The guy clings to the creature's words about the main deity and asks her about it again. Suddenly, the heavenly inhabitant is chained by the suddenly appearing heavenly apostles, and the creature asks for forgiveness for its mistake. The 3 unknown people remain silent and ignore the requests of the heavenly inhabitant. Khan, watching what is happening, wonders what happened. However, no one pays attention to the guy, and he begins to get angry at the heavenly beings. Having prepared himself, Daesung rushes towards the unknown creatures. With one blow, Khan takes out 3 apostles, and the celestial being is shocked at how useless they are. Immediately, the creature's previously severed hand makes itself known, and blood appears. While the system notifies Khan that the quest is complete and he has become stronger, the celestial being noticeably weakens, and the main deity rejects him. The creature changes in appearance and increasingly resembles an ordinary person. A moment later, the heavenly inhabitant turns into a weak baby. Daesung, seeing this, does not understand what happened. Soon, only a golden egg remains in the place of the creature. Taking the artifact, Khan wonders what to do with it now. The system immediately notifies the hero that by transforming the egg, a creature can be created that will follow the guy, and he begins the transformation. While the transformation operation is taking place, Daesung thinks that perhaps this will help him understand something. Meanwhile, in reality, in the laboratory, Ho and the others are fighting off monsters, and the young man does not understand why all this is happening. Shin replies that Professor Park is most likely in trouble. The Chohan, standing in front, carefully monitors the situation and protects the young from the monsters, calling for silence. A mutated monster with 2 heads is advancing on the hunters. The creature jumps down to Chohan and the others, saying that it has not seen people for so long. Ho and Shin ask Chohan what it is. The senior hunter replies with horror that they are looking at an experiment infusing a human with a monster. Looking at Shin, the monster says that she is very beautiful and hopes that she will become a head next to him. The girl gets angry and takes out a gun to shoot the creature. However, after a burst of gunfire, the monster smiles, as if the bullets had done nothing to him. Then Chohan attacks him with his weapon. The monster mockingly says that the attack was without warning. Chohan continues to attack and uses a technique that destroys one of the monster's heads. The remaining head starts to get angry, shouting that it doesn't understand how the hunter dared to kill his pet. The monster gets fired up and prepares to attack back. The Chohan, running towards the enemy, notices the weapon at the last moment. He is thrown aside, so now Shin will have to fight him. The monster laughs and says that it looks like the professor will have to give him a new head. Meanwhile, in the Pantheon, the Khan cracks open an unusual egg. A tiny creature with wings, similar to a fairy, appears from it. The creature welcomes its new owner, but Ryu doesn't understand that a fairy is speaking to her. Daesung looks at the creature and asks it to tell him about the heavens. The fairy apologizes and says that she has no memories associated with them. The main character gets angry, takes out a weapon, and says that the creature is simply useless. However, a student appears before him, asking him not to kill the fairy. The girl whispers to the creature to show the Khan what she can do, and in this way, she will stay alive. At first, the creature doesn't understand what to show him, but a moment later, it calls upon the heavenly store. Ryu smiles and says that this is some kind of cool ability. Huge counters with various artifacts appear next to the heroes. Khan examines the goods and sees a future diary, and the creature explains to him that this item provides information regarding the coming future. After acquiring the item, Daesung begins to study the information contained within it. Seeing the future that concerns his friend in the lab, the guy gets angry. A moment later, the protagonist and Ryu return back, and the guy hopes that the girl will get home on her own. Ryu asks to go with him, but Daesung sends her away. The girl asks him again to take her with him, but Khan turns around and sternly asks him not to repeat his words twice. In the laboratory, Shin continues to contain the monster. Chohan comes to his senses at some point. It turns out that the hunter is a cyborg, and his body consists almost entirely of replaced parts. The man gets up and gets angry at the monster. With renewed strength, Chohan rushes at the creature and strikes it. The monster doesn't expect such an attack, but the man continues to beat him. Using more powerful equipment, the hunter destroys the monster. Shin and Ho approach Chohan from behind, asking how he is. Ho thinks to himself that the hunter actually wrote his entire body with aura weapons. Turning to the boy and girl, Chohan says that he needs time for his body to restore the charge of the etheric core. Ho says out loud that the situation is disgusting, and it's as if they are dancing to the tune of that bastard Roman. Roman sees from the cameras that the hunters were able to deal with his monster and regrets that he will have to release another one. He presses a special button, regretting it, because he had planned to catch the hunters relatively unharmed. While Chohan is recovering, Ho silently hopes that he will not die next to a hunter of such high rank. But before the guy can say anything out loud, a section of the laboratory opens not far from them, and another monster comes out of it. Roman, looking at the hunters, thinks that he needs to take at least parts of their bodies before the summoned Goatman tears them to shreds. Shin quickly assesses the situation and believes that the monster is a monster of the beast level. Chohan agrees, adding that Goatman is presumably S rank. Hearing this, Shin and Ho look at the enemy in shock. Meanwhile, the monster slowly approaches the hunters. Chohan lunges at him, but Goatman dodges. The creature grabs the hunter's hand, and Chohan realizes with horror that he is losing speed to the monster. Goatman deftly rips the hunter's arm off at the elbow and throws the body further away from himself. Shin rushes to attack, intending to wound the monster. However, the creature throws the girl away, but the protector on her arm protects Shin from severe injuries. Chohan comes to his senses, and with one hand directs his power against the enemy. But Goatman is stronger. The creature intercepts the hunter and is about to finish him off, when suddenly Ho's scream is heard from the side. The monster is distracted by a strange voice and approaches the young man. However, Ho is not very afraid of him, and says out loud that he knows a person who can defeat the monster. Goatman swings his arm to strike, and Ho closes his eyes, preparing to receive the blow. However, a shadow wall of summoned creatures appears right in front of the guy. Khan emerges from it and looks at Goatman. Shin also notices the main character and recognizes him. Daesung turns to his friend with a smile, glad that he is still alive. Ho smiles and asks why he would die, since he has S-rank intuition. However, the friends immediately react to the monster that is approaching Shin. Goatman was about to kill the girl, but Khan's technology prevented him from doing so. Daesung smiles and uses his stealth skill to attack. Goatman can't see Khan, so he attacks everything. The monster uses sound to weaken enemies, and Ho and Shin must cover their ears to avoid being deafened. At some point, Goatman finds Khan. Roman, seeing that Han Daesung came to help, gets furious. The man presses a special button on the control table that will help him defeat the hunters, but regrets it. Roman releases particularly dangerous chimeras, so you need to leave the building as quickly as possible. Calmly approaching the elevator, the man notes that even Khan can't get out of here. A countdown system is activated in the room where the heroes are, and no one understands what is happening. Khan, on the contrary, is furious that there is too much hassle everywhere. The laboratory compartments open one after another, and all sorts of monsters emerge from them. Ho, horrified, wonders how many people were experimented on in the lab. The Chohan, who came to his senses, says that all these monsters were created by the ampules of awakening. Ho, seeing the state of the senior hunter, tells the protagonist that he will have to deal with all the monsters. Looking around the room, Daesung notes that he could melt everything inside. So the guy uses technology to transport everyone to the Ghost King's domain. Ho and Shin look in shock at the change of territory and are amazed at Han's abilities. Chohan is also surprised, realizing how strong the main character is. Daesung calmly orders the army of the undead to rise. Hordes of warriors appear behind the guy, including the Ghost King himself. The Khan orders them to exterminate all enemies in the territory. While Khan's warriors fight their enemies, the protagonist himself tells his comrades that they are safe. Roman suddenly finds that he has stopped and sees a hole in the ceiling. Khan appears from it and greets the man with a smile. Having gone down to his cabin, Daesung reproaches him for having set the monsters on him and for trying to escape. Roman doesn't get flustered and says that Khan has lived up to all his expectations and can kill him. Daesung grabs the man by the collar and asks what he's up to. But Roman doesn't understand what he's talking about. Khan's mood changes, and he tells the man that he recently received an interesting ability. The protagonist uses a special technique and penetrates Roman's consciousness. In his memories, Roman was previously overtaken by an unknown deity with a strange eye. The serum that Sogu used was given to him by Roman. For his good service, the man was given the body of Kansei, so that after death he would be able to rise again with a new body. Daesung, having looked through all of the man's memories, ends his influence on Roman. The guy looks at the man and says that he is a real scumbag for sacrificing people to get a long-lasting body. Daesung smiles and says that the man doesn't deserve to die like that. Meanwhile, in the lab, there is 1 minute left before self-destruction, but a creature similar to Goatman enters the room. It inserts a special key to stop the planned self-destruction. The creature stops and does not understand what happened here at all. Suddenly, the door to the laboratory bends and Khan enters. The guy sees Goatman and prepares to kill him. However, the monster does not show aggression and asks who Khan is. After Han ignores the question, Goatman introduces himself as Pak. Khan is surprised and asks the creature again. Sometime later, everyone gathers in the laboratory office, and Park explains that it was his fault that the leader Huang was imprisoned. The creature adds that he must be released soon because there is much evidence pointing to his assistant's illegal connections with the Red Horse clan. Ho carefully asks Shin if it is really Park in front of them. The girl, after thinking for a bit, replies that the voice is similar. Chohan looks at Pak and cannot believe his eyes that the professor has completely merged with the monster without losing his mind. Puck turns to the elder hunter and says that he has succeeded quite successfully in replacing body parts with aura weapons. The professor asks Shin if she came to solve the problems with the aura reservoir, and the girl confirms this. Pak says that in her case, it makes sense to resort to fusion ampules, but it is difficult to guarantee full recovery. However, Daesung interrupts Park and Shin's conversation, asking if the professor has anything he wants to tell them. The guy asked what the professor was doing while something incomprehensible was going on in the laboratory. Pak says he became the first fusion sample because he believed that simply awakening his aura was not enough. So Pak and his assistant decided to conduct an experiment to merge a human with a monster. However, the assistant and Pak had different goals in the experiment. Therefore, they failed. But in case of an unsuccessful experiment, an automatic transition to hibernation was set up. Ho asks Pak if his current appearance doesn't mean the experiment was a success. The professor explains that due to the strong impact on the hibernation apparatus, the original body died. Ho starts to ask Pak more about the device, but Han interrupts him. The protagonist desperately says that apparently, the professor knows nothing about the Hansei base. Everyone present asks the guy which people from Hansei he is talking about. Khan explains that these are the ones who create portals from another world and summon monsters. Sometime later, Roman regains consciousness in a different place. The man is chained to the table and, realizing his situation, shouts at Khan, demanding that he simply kill him. A soul collector immediately appears next to the man. Roman is nervous and tries to get out of the trap, but he is unsuccessful. The monster says with pleasure that he will enjoy separating the dirty body from his soul. Meanwhile, the main deities gather in the Kansei wormhole. Elheim, Lord of the East, declares that injustice has happened again in the East. Wolf, the Northern Lord, asks Elheim for details. Karina, the ruler of the West, shares news that Japanese hunters have recently conquered a high-ranking portal. The Lord of the South, Azar, is waiting for Elheim to finish the news. Elheim says he lost 2 of his cameramen in Korea. Colleagues ask the creature for more details about the incident in Korea. Elheim says he's requesting a top-level operator be dispatched to deal with the Korean outlaw. Azar gets up from the table and says that he will deal with him himself. Elheim stops his colleague, asking if he ever wondered why he didn't go himself. Azar doesn't calm down and asks if anyone really thinks that he can't cope with the awakened aura. Elheim explains that someone from Korea is not just an awakened person with an aura. Meanwhile, in reality, Pak from the association is calling a meeting. After hearing the information from Khan, the man asks what is going on. Unknown people from Hansi are kidnapping people and creating portals. The head of the department confirms this. Pak says that if others find out about this, chaos will break out. The man adds that the mere smell of reporters gives him a migraine. Pak approaches the department head, demanding that he assign Jinky a secret investigation. Meanwhile, Huang is released from the prison for hunters. Shin Choen greets him with tears in her eyes. The mentor warmly greets his student. The girl says that someone would like to meet Huang. As Huang gets into the car, he is greeted by Professor Park. The man is frightened by his old friend's appearance, saying that he knew he would get into trouble sooner or later. Huang gets into the car and continues to wail, to which Park asks him to stop. As they leave, the friends continue to tease each other. Later that night, the serial killer continues to rampage in Korea. He finds a lonely girl, and she asks him what he needs. Before the maniac can respond, someone flies out from the side and stabs him with a knife, but the villain dodges. Chanwoo came to the girl's aid and was glad that he was able to identify the maniac. The young man tells the girl to ask Jin from the association for reinforcements. The maniac looks at the hunters with disappointment and notes that he has fallen into a trap. Jeonwoo, looking at his opponent, doesn't understand why he is so relaxed. The maniac smiles and mockingly asks the young hunter if he was the one who stabbed his mentor in the Red Horse clan building. Jungwoo is nervous but continues to monitor the opponent's behavior. At some point, the guy breaks down and rushes at the enemy. The maniac notes with a smile that the hunter is too weak and couldn't even kill Lee Sogu. Jeonwoo doesn't stop and says that he will kill him instead of Lee Sogu. The maniac grins and rushes at Chan and kills him in an instant. The head of a young hunter was cut off by enemy equipment and weapons. Turning back to the corpse, the maniac remembers that he was ordered not to kill people from the association. But then he remembers that Roman, who gave him orders, will no longer be able to do this. Laughing and realizing that he is now on his own, the maniac leaves. At the association, the department head watches the video filmed by Chan-woo before his death. The man understands that now they know the enemy by sight. The department head asks if the maniac has been identified, and Jin from the association explains that it is Cho, who was active 3 years ago. After analyzing the situation, Jin adds that most likely the organization from Hansei has lured many hunters to its side. The boss asks about Jack from the portal search team. Jin explains that Professor Park's assistant appears to be a fake, but according to Ho, he is dead. The department head tells his subordinate to reveal information about Hansei to the S-rank hunters. The man also says to involve all the association's hunters to catch the enemy. Meanwhile, Ho meets with Dawn, and the hunter says he will get straight to the point. Ho is nervous, not understanding why the hunter came this time, but listens carefully to Dawn. The man asks if Ho knows about the Nadezhda shelter, and the boy confirms this. Dawn is glad that the conversation will be easier and gets to the point, saying that he does not have enough funds for the new project. Eventually, the man and the young man reach an agreement, and Dawn says that Do can count on his help at any time. Ho says that they haven't decided anything yet, and he needs to discuss everything with Han, to which Dawn agrees. As he leaves, the hunter tells them to try to make a decision as soon as possible. Ho, after Dawn's departure, is surprised that he needs to donate 400 billion to develop the project. Meanwhile, Lee Changshik goes for a jog. Suddenly, a tall, dark-skinned man with dreadlocks appears in front of him. The hunter stops and looks at the stranger, asking who he is. Instead of answering, the man attacks the young man. Changshik quickly reacts and retreats, telling the man that his attacks are weak. Lee attempts to strike his opponent, but he manages to block the hunter in time. The fight stops for a second, and the black man says in English that Changshik is cool. Immediately, the stranger pronounces the name of the technique. The man immediately rushes at Changshik, and he, in horror, realizes that he cannot move. The stranger raises his fist to hit the young man. At the last moment, Lee moves to protect his face and block the blow. Meanwhile, at the orphanage, Dawn explains to his subordinates the details of the plan to improve the orphanage. The subordinate asks the hunter if the Daesung clan is capable of donating such a sum. The man explains that by protecting S-rank portals, a person receives huge amounts of money, so there is no need to worry. Suddenly, Dawn turns his attention to the window. The man feels someone's presence. The hunter gets up from the table and tells his subordinate to begin the evacuation. At first, the girl doesn't understand why the man is so turned on, but Dawn doesn't have time to explain. A tall blonde man approaches the shelter building. Dawn immediately attacks him with a weapon. However, the stranger reacts in time and blocks the attack. After moving away, Dong feels the enemy's strength since he was blocked. But this doesn't frighten the man at all. On the contrary, he's happy to practice fighting here since there are no free portals. An unfamiliar blonde man attacks Dawn. However, the enemy's technique is unusual, and his attack stops near Dawn. At first, the hunter doesn't understand what it is, but then he realizes that it might be an ADK. Meanwhile, at home, Ryu creates a Chucky doll from Han's hair. The small creature, resembling a cult doll, still bears some resemblance to the main character. Daesung, who is in the pantheon, feels a strange sensation, but does not attach any importance to it. Meanwhile, an unknown woman approaches Ryu's house, intending to quickly complete her task. Ryu is yawning at home and thinking that he wants to sleep. The girl falls asleep right on the living room floor with a doll in her hands. Meanwhile, a stranger enters the house. Taking out her staff, she says that this place is now an altar of death. However, right there, the unfamiliar woman feels someone else's presence. In front of her appears a doll created by Ryu. The woman looks at the creation and mockingly asks what kind of ugly doll it is. The doll licks the knife and is angry that she was called ugly. The stranger activates the technique to kill the creature. At some point, the technology catches up with the doll, and it begins to go even more crazy. Gathering its strength, the creature rushes forward at the woman. The stranger is about to activate the barrier for her protection. However, the doll jumps straight at the woman, and she doesn't have time to do anything. The creature begins to stab the stranger with a knife, thus killing her. Meanwhile, in the association's broadcast room, reports of explosions throughout the city are appearing everywhere. News has emerged about Dawn and Changshik's confrontation with unknown forces. The department head nervously guesses that most likely the creatures from Hanzi attacked. The man gives the order to send a group to help Dawn, and Lee will help the Joseon clan. At this point in the park, the black man continues to fight with Changshik and notes that the Korean hunters are holding up well. Lee gets angry and sends the enemy. The stranger says it's time to finish here, so he summons the Colossus's technique. The young hunter feels his body begin to be pulled towards his enemy. Suddenly, for a moment, the man's influence on Changshik ceases. Baek Harin, who had come to Lee's aid, immediately appears and asks why the world-famous hunter cannot fight back on his own. The guy thanks the girl for her help and says that he owes her a lot. Karen turns around and says that they are here on call and asks if this unknown person is from Hansi. Changshik doesn't understand what Harin is talking about, and she asks if the guy saw the notification to all hunters about Kansei. The enemy loses patience and attacks the hunters. Baek reacts to the attack and uses his shield, but everyone feels the stranger's powerful aura. Changshik shouts to the people of his clan and demands that they give him his weapon. The assistants give the guy his sword, and the hunter says that now he will definitely deal with the enemy. The stranger thinks for a second that he has spent too much time here and hasn't even grasped the real goal. Therefore, the enemy immediately disappears, and Lee feels tired and faints. Meanwhile, at the orphanage, the children are hidden in a bunker and are worried about Dawn. One of the orphans believes in his mentor because he considers him to be the best hunter in Korea. Meanwhile, outside, Dawn continues to fight off an unknown enemy. The man wonders why he cannot see even one opportunity to respond to the enemy. The enemy doesn't look tired and says that it's time to finish with Dawn. The hunter, already quite tired, wonders what his enemy is up to again. The stranger activates a bloody rain and uses the thunderstorm skill. Lightning appears around the hunter, protecting him from the rain. However, the hunter's technique is significantly weaker than the stranger's ability, and Dawn is badly injured. The enemy, looking at Dawn, feels that the hunters have exhausted him. Because of Dawn, the stranger had to use the full power of the Blood Colossus. Meanwhile, Ryu wakes up in her home and uses the blood recall technique to try to figure out what happened while she was sleeping. Next to the girl lies a Hana doll, which Ryu also brings to life. Having received the necessary information, the girl realizes that the doll saved her and thanks the creation. The evening news reports on an attack by unknown assailants on Lee Changshik and Dong. The main character's mother watches the broadcast and says that her son has not been home for several days, and suddenly, something happened to him. While the woman is looking for her phone, her sister comes up and asks why her mother isn't sleeping, and in general, Chan-ho said not to worry about her brother. The mother looks at her daughter and asks when the last time she spoke to her brother was. Jisoo rubs her eyes and says that she doesn't know, and in general, she doesn't need to know such things. While the mother scolds her daughter for her attitude towards her brother, someone unknown is standing on the roof of their house. It turns out that this is the maniac who is following Khan's mother and sister. The villain goes down to the window in Dae-sung's mother's room and prepares to break the glass. However, as soon as it touches the window surface, a strong barrier is felt. The pendant containing one of the protectors summoned by Khan awakens. The maniac is furious that the main character foresaw everything. Before he can do anything, he is pierced by someone else's weapon. The defender appears from the window and is angry that someone disturbed the hero's mother's sleep. The maniac looks at the call with horror and is surprised that it appears even without Khan. The villain addresses the call and says that he will now explain everything. But the summoner is not going to listen to the maniac and says that the master himself will interrogate him. Meanwhile, in the Pantheon, Dae-sung had almost completely completed the realization of his body and powers. Khan's appearance changes. He returns to his light, ash-colored hair and is happy that his old self is back. Immediately, Khan hears the voice of one of the calls, saying that he has caught the offender. The maniac finds himself chained in a new place and does not understand where he is. Dae-sung comes to him and receives notifications from the system, congratulating him on the completion of the implementation. The main character stops next to the offender. Finally, Dae-sung turns his attention to the maniac, who is already very nervous. Khan turns to the villain and asks who is the maniac's master. Meanwhile, at the southern altar, Kansei Elheim receives his envoys. An unknown blonde man and a man with dreadlocks report to the creature, saying that they have almost gotten rid of the target. The blonde man asks his partner if he didn't completely kill Changshik, but the dark-skinned man starts making excuses. Elheim stands up from his seat and says that Guzman is dead and Sagat is missing. The men begin to talk among themselves about how this happened. Elheim interrupts them, saying that he will grant them the power of an apostle. Using an unusual eye, the creature orders its minions to kill Han Dae-sung. Lee Changshik is in the hospital after an attack by unknown assailants. When the young man regains consciousness, the association staff demand that he inform the manager. At first, Changshik himself does not understand where he is. A girl from his clan asks how the hunter is feeling. The young man gets up from the bed, but the girl hurries to stop him, since the hunter is still very weak. Changshik asks where Bekharin is, and the girl replies that the huntress is now with Dawn. Other employees are discussing among themselves that Lee should not have known about this. Changshik intervenes in the negotiations and asks what happened to Dawn. The people talking to each other fall silent and do not know how to tell the news to Lee. Finally, they tell the young man that after a sudden attack by unknown persons, Dawn is in a critical situation. Changshik is scared and doesn't believe these words. Despite the prohibitions, Lee gets out of bed and sets out to find a partner. He barks at a girl from his clan, asking where Dawn lies. Karin is in Dawn's room, trying to restore him with his own powers, and Jin from the association says that this is most likely enough. Karen is nervous and tries to bring Dawn back to consciousness. Changshik bursts into the room and addresses Dawn. The man is unconscious and unresponsive. Changshik approaches Jin, and he replies that Dawn is in a coma and brain dead. Lee is furious and angry at those who came from Hansi. Jin confirms and says that the association is doing everything to track them down. Immediately, Jin receives a call about the appearance of an S-rank portal. Everyone in the association is shocked by this news. The department head understands that 2 high-ranking hunters will be unable to come to the rescue due to injuries. Chohan is restoring the aura mechanisms, and Ryu and Beck are auxiliary hunters. The man orders a red alert and the mobilization of all registered hunters. The head of the department understands that there is still one way out of the situation. Meanwhile, in the Pantheon, Khan penetrates the mind of a maniac. The protagonist sees all the memories associated with Hansi. When finished, Khan remembers that Elheim is the boss. In reality, there are broadcasts everywhere with warnings about the danger from the S-rank portal. A large number of military equipment and hunters are sent closer to the portal. The news also reported that 2 of the strongest high-ranking hunters will be unable to come to the rescue due to injuries. At the main character's house, Jisoo comes out with a suitcase, and her mother doesn't understand why she needs it. The girl explains that chaos is happening and they need to leave quickly. Mom says that they can't go anywhere because Han hasn't returned home yet, and Jisoo says that her brother is already strong. Han immediately returns home, and his mother and sister are surprised by his appearance, and Dae-sung himself asks where Jisoo and her mother are going. The sister explains to her brother that a high-ranking portal has appeared, and they need to evacuate. Hearing this, Khan turns to his mother. The guy tells the family to sit quietly at home because they are safe here. The protagonist adds that he will calmly deal with all the monsters. Mom and sister are shocked, but they don't say anything. Dae-sung anticipates the battle and leaves the house. Meanwhile, more and more military equipment is approaching the portal. Khan arrives at the portal and looks at it, suspecting that he is being lured inside on purpose. The department head, monitoring the situation through the cameras, is furious that the creatures from Hansei were able to create an S-rank portal. A blonde wearing glasses immediately approaches him and says that the Dae-sung clan has placed its bets on clearing the portal on its own. The head of the department cannot hide his relief and loudly rejoices. The man immediately calms down and says that he was apparently overexcited. He orders everyone to prepare for the break and leave the cleanup to Khan. The head of the department orders the girl to pass this information on to all hunting groups. On the street, the association's employees divide the hunters into different subgroups for the attack. The hunters talk among themselves, not understanding who is going to clear the portal. Immediately, a notification arrives with information about the clan that will clear the portal. and Khan flies past the hunters on a dragon. The department head and others in the broadcast room see the main character on cameras. Between themselves, the man and the blonde with glasses believe in Daesung. Reporters are also monitoring the situation with the portal and immediately go live. Finally, Han crosses the portal and feels how cold it is inside. The guy is immediately attacked by the dark-skinned envoy of Hansei with a magnetic storm. Daesung doesn't get lost and directs his dragon towards the enemy to attack. The man attempts to block the blow. Khan notices that the enemy has completely rushed away from him. Khan jumps off the dragon and heads towards the enemy. In flight, the protagonist attacks the man and waits for him to finally emerge from his hiding place. The enemy says that Daesung is too strong to be a hunter. Khan ignores the praise and asks if his opponent has said everything. The man uses the apostle's technique to attack. Immediately after this, the man noticeably improves his characteristics. The enemy anticipates that he has become noticeably stronger than Daesung and is preparing to attack. At that moment, a huge meteorite flies towards Khan. However, the main character is only amused by everything that is happening. Therefore, Daesung activates his magic release technique. The man feels Khan's strength and does not understand where such power comes from. Behind the main character, there is another enemy, a blonde man. Daesung turns around and mockingly asks why the enemy is so eager to get into the grave. The blonde looks at the guy and becomes wary that Khan knew about his presence in advance. A meteorite is approaching the protagonist, so he takes out his weapon and summons equipment. The blonde sees Daesung calmly cutting a meteorite and doesn't believe that someone can be that strong. Daesung immediately grabs the enemy by the throat and says that everyone always gets into trouble when using a skill. Khan asks the blonde where the big-eyed boss is. At this moment, many Elheim eyes appear around the main character. Daesung is glad that the enemy has finally appeared. Daesung throws the blonde aside, as he is no longer interested in him. Elheim says that he feels that the boy's strength was not given by awakening and is going to test the hero himself. The enemy uses a petrification technique that also affects his minions. Khan says it's his turn. Daesung uses a fire technique and tells the creature to attack him itself. Khan's technique destroys Elheim's eyes, but the hero knows that the enemy has not gone away. The creature appears and asks where the hero got such power, and Daesung asks him to answer his question first. Elheim agrees to the deal. The creature thinks to itself that it will take Khan's soul when he loses his vigilance. Khan says that he will ask first then. Daesung uses the technique of penetrating the mind with his eyes. Elheim is lost and does not understand what is happening to him. Khan says that he doesn't trust people like the creature to begin with, so he'll just look through everything he needs himself. The hero sees that in the past, creatures came from the planet of the Titans, Hakar. Then their planet exploded due to war. However, some of the planet's inhabitants managed to escape. Having studied the cosmos, the creatures decided to come to Earth in order to revive the Colossus with its help. After all, if the planet is filled with ethereal energy, the plan can become a reality. At one time, the beings contacted some people and held joint meetings. At first, the leaders treated the aliens with caution, but still made contact. One of the Khans came to meet with people, promising to grant them immortality. Elheim realized that it was precisely because of magic that Khan was so strong. He realized that Khan was getting his powers from the demonic beast Nebula. In Khan's moment of confusion, Elheim broke free from his control by gouging out his own eye. Daesung considers reviving the Colossus and realizes he has received too much information. Also, the hero understands that because of this portal, he did not receive any loot. Suddenly, Han notices two clots of energy heading upward. Outside, meanwhile, the department head arrives to the hunters and thanks Karan and Chohan for taking charge of the hunting groups. The man approaches Chohan and asks about his hand, to which the hunter replies that he cannot yet use his full power, as he has installed temporary equipment. Beck intervenes in the conversation, asking how long ago Han left for the cleanup, and the department head replies that it was less than 3 hours ago. The man adds that even if he fails, they will still have a chance to attack the portal. But then a female voice intervenes in the conversation and says that they doubt the teacher. Ryu approaches the boss. Karan wonders what the girl is doing here. Ryu says the killer from Hansei came to her house. Baek and Chohan are shocked by what they hear. The boss asks what happened to the killer. The girl replies that the offender died at the hands of a doll, and the other hunters can only guess which doll they are talking about. Ryu explains that she made a special doll that is much stronger than her other creations, but killing the intruder took all the doll's energy. The girl adds that more of Khan's power is needed to return the doll. Suddenly, the other hunters start shouting that the portal is changing color. Inside the portal, Han discovers two blue ethereal cores that have the ability to create an S-rank awakened being. The hero wonders how much he can get for such a find. The guy looks at the portal one last time and realizes that he can leave. Khan leaves the portal and people greet him joyfully. Ryu waves his hand at his mentor, urging him to land next to him. The hero's dragon lands, and people start discussing the guy's strength among themselves, since he was able to clear a high-level portal. Dae-sung approaches the department head, who greets him. The man thanks Khan on behalf of all associations. The other hunters also shout words of gratitude, and Dae-sung listens to them tiredly. The guy notes to himself that he feels embarrassed by such praise. Ryu immediately runs up to the hero and asks what kind of monsters were in the portal of such a high rank. Karin and Chohan silently look at the girl who approached Khan. Dae-sung states that there were no monsters inside the portal. The head of the department hears this and does not understand how this is possible. The guy explains that there were 3 people inside the portal, Elheim and the 2 who attacked Lee and Dawn. Karin finds out who Khan is talking about and gets angry. The head of the department still doesn't understand how this is even possible. He tells the guy out loud that the association will be in charge of the portal from now on. Chohan intervenes in the conversation and asks what kind of bulging-eyed creature they are talking about. And Beck asks what happened to him. The Khan says that he killed the people, and the bug-eyed one ran away. Dae-sung explains that he understands that Elheim is the middle boss, but there is someone higher up. Ryu interrupts the conversation, asking if Han managed to get anything inside the portal.